Hello, hello everyone. All right. Um, Hello, Nerdsoul. All right. Okay. So today, I want to make sure that we can parse um the AST of our language. Here's our old implementation in OCaml. I think I'm gonna look at this a little bit, while doing the rewrite. Let's go here. Um, so dealer, hello there. So yesterday, we did the Elixir and and I did construct the syntax, the syntax, like the data structure that contains all the syntaxes. One of the things that I did is that the values before a keyword, I made it to be any number in the OCaml version. The amount of values before every single keyword is either 0 or 1. In this case, I did it a usize, so I'm not sure if I can like actually support this though. I think that I will do it same as I was doing it in the OCaml. So do I have the value before keyword or do I not? Like it's a boolean basically, either true or false. A boolean, like that. And similarly to that, the finish is either a boolean or false based on whether I whether we finish with a value or without a value, and that's the only thing. And then there is one special syntax, a little bit special, which does not like the only syntax that does not contain any keywords in it is the syntax for calling functions. If you do like function with arguments, we don't have any keywords inside, unless I will like force the brackets, but I like it without the brackets. Hello Quistis, how are you doing? So because of that, so this is the thing where we do the why do I look more jacked today? Did I do a haircut? No, I didn't. I don't know. I took a shower. I did a workout. I did a workout yesterday before the stream, actually. Today I did not. Yesterday before I did a very small workout. Like just like 10 push-ups, a little bit of some other things. I didn't do it today though. I should have, but I didn't. Let me take a look at how our stuff was implemented previously. Because I think I'm not really into thinking too much, but maybe if I see something obvious, then I will improve it. So the syntax structure has the set of keywords, the starts, which is like the root node. Oh, we have the edges here directly. Oh, I see. Okay. Because we start with this. Oh shit. Okay. And then join is an optional state. Interesting. Maybe I don't do that. Let's maybe start with the parsing code then. And then see if I actually need these things or not. But still, the amount of values before the keyword should not be a number. It should be a boolean, right? Whether we have or not a value before the keyword. Value before keyword is values before keyword is not equal to 0. You know, something like that. Also, I will do something like value before keyword. Let value before keyword is a thing which takes like the amount of values, number of values before keyword. This gives me a result boolean error message. I think that's what I want to do. Let's rename this to number values before keyword. Sure. What is pad amount in window manager? 15 pixels. Is stacks a good name for the library? You did a quick workout for the groceries today? Going out for the groceries, you count that as doing a workout? I mean, okay, I did go outside today, so if we count that as doing a workout, I did have a walk. You touched grass? No way. A Rust programmer touching grass? Impossible. Match number of values before keyword. 0 false, 1 true. Anything else? Anything else? Return error. Multiple values without keyword in between is not supported. Yeah, there you go. Something like that. Yo, Nigel, hello. Finish entry. Value before keyword for this question mark. Expression has a type. Oh yeah, yeah. This should now be hash map entry, right? Okay, there you go. Ariel. ONG. Gang forever. Hello there. All right, let's not think about like the special join yet. Let's go into the parsing code. All right, so we have the source file, and I want to convert it into the AST. That's all that we care about, right? Stream has been so peaceful lately. You wonder why? What do you mean peaceful? Are we doing some angry stuff usually before? Like, did we do a lot of angry stuff before? Or like, what is the opposite of peaceful anyway? Since we switched to Rust, no more raging. Because the language that we use sucks. All right. Because ADHD is kicking when cursor is jumping. It's like Osu. Dev Ninja, hello there. All right. Anyway, so first of all, when we have a source file and before we convert it into the
Hello
AST,
there.
we lex it, right? We lex it for sure. I mean, we just have the thing that's called lex, right? We just lex the source. This gives me an iterator over the spend token, right? Yeah, let's see. Tokens is this collect collect question mark, specify the argument, back spend token. Is that it? Consider specifying the generic argument because the question mark does not work. Okay, collect into the result. That there you go. Are you a crab? Yes, you are. So, well, I mean, do you want to be something else than a crab? Because, like, you are a C++ developer, as far as I remember, right? So, do you want me to turn you into the C++ mascot? Into this thing? Is this what you want me to make you? Since you're a C++ fan, right? Prefer to be a red then? Alright. I think it's a little bit too much work. I'm too lazy to do that, though. I'm sorry, you're going to have to be a crab. We're going to force you to be a rustacean when you are on this stream, alright? And then slowly you're going to turn away from C++ and join the light side of the programming and write some Rust too, right? Eventually. Yeah. Forced like Rust. Hold on, I'm holding on. What do you mean? Rust? Yeah. Did you miss that part when we figured out that that Haskell actually sucks? Were you not there? When we finally realized that? Rust is your favorite, by the way. You full stack in it? Nice. Very good. Functional is bad based. No, the problem with Haskell was not that it was functional. Functional is okay. The problem is like just I don't know. There is like there's a couple of small things that they could fix about Haskell, and then it would be a much more widespread, I think. The problem is not the functional. The problem is not like the fact that like there's monads and shit that like. I mean, yeah, it's like harder than it could be, but the problem is not like the difficulty of the like the type system is actually good there. The problem is with other things. The language server, skill issue, yeah, sure. It's not the skill issue. It's the language server, the records, the people who actually use Haskell. They seem to agree with me that those things are really annoying. They are enough apparently for me to drop the language, even although there is a lot of good things in it in Haskell. It's just so annoying to write. You know. Anyway. You don't think it will happen? As I promised, I gave a chance to Rust, build some easy app, and it's okay. Not my thing, though. Rust is not your thing? Well, you just wait. It takes time for you to be converted. You know? We have, anyway. We have the tokens, right? We have the tokens, and then I need to parse those into the thing, right? Let's have a struct parser. Let's have a struct parser. If I use a vec deck instead, like I want to have a queue basically, right? That's what I want. Kind of, yeah, sure. Deck. Let's do that. Tokens, vec deck. I've spent tokens. You remember it because instance functor either A. You remember what? Your thing is not okay. Your thing is left. Haskell joke. The okay in Haskell though is right, not left. Left is error. You know, they have left and right. So right is okay, and left is error. That's what you said? No, you said instance functor either A. Haskell doesn't have a result type like Rust. They use a generic enum. So an OK would actually be left. Yeah, but it's going to be the right. Because the right is so they have an either type which has the left and right variants, right? And obviously the right, like the name right is more close to the name correct, you know, because when you say that something is correct, you say that it's right, right? Which is why right is okay. But left, as being opposite of right, means that something is not correct, so it's an error. But yeah, naming in Haskell, as we can see in this small example, is a little weird. That's another problem with Haskell, I guess. Right is okay because it's a functor. I don't think it's I don't think the logic is like because it's a functor. I mean, they could make it left. What's the logic? What I was trying to look over here. AST. We're going to consult the previous implementation of this thing in OCaml. This piece of code that I'm going to write is the probably the so this like what 500 lines of code is the hardest 500 lines of code in the entire programming language, at least so far what we had implemented. in OCaml before. So yeah, here it is. Here it is. Let parse syntax. I think what we need is something like just function, you know, read, like you know, camel. We didn't have the loops, right? But we have the things which allow us to write code more clear in Rust. So I guess we could do that. So we are going to have a combination of recursive and like looping parser here, right? So we are going to read like a single you know, like value, right? This is going to give the result AST, right? Something like that. Let's say that result T E is IRE error, steady error T result. Let's do this for now. We'll change the error type later. So when I'm reading a value, in effect, they also switched it, so it's more like an effect, which is usually effect success and error. So it's either success and error. Wait, is it so in the effect library that you're using, Devninya, the left is the success and the right is an error? So so when something is right, it's actually is wrong. Amazing, amazing. Why don't they just call it a result instead of either? Like, that's the correct naming, no? Can I ask what you're writing lecture for? Yeah, we're making the programming language, like Nerdsel made the bot command. This is our programming language that that is working. We had an implementation in OCaml before. I'm rewriting it in Rust. It's a programming language that I'm working on, mostly just for fun. And yeah, you can look at what am I building more on this website. But that's only a convention where left is error. Well, you see, like, it's a naming problem. Why should there even be a convention where left is error? The error should be the error, you know? There should not be left and right, because it's not about the direction. When you are handling errors, it's either a success or an error. That's what they think this thing should be called. It should never have been called in either anyway. Either doesn't make sense to me. Do you need some crack for Linux to activate it? Either is not always used for errors, but almost always is. Yes, there are other things where you could use an either type. I agree. In Rust, we have both. There is, I mean, there is not either in the standard library but either is being used for other things. When you are using it for for handling errors, there is a dedicated result type, which is a little bit different than either, because either is too general. You want to have a specialized thing for handling errors, because you want it to be obvious what's happening in your code, you know? Because yeah, the more obvious it is, the better. Think of either int. Yeah. Or speaking of Elixir, either string token, either char token, interpolatable string token. Yes, but like in this case, you just make your own type. You don't use either's in this case. You make your own token type, which is one of those variants. You don't use the either type in this case anyway, right? It's for the same reason as like you're making your own structures with named fields. You could always just use tuples and not name anything, but you don't do that, right? Because naming is what makes it more readable, your code. Then the type result is either. Well, that only renames the name of the type, I guess, but not the variants, right? The variants would still be named left and right, so it's not enough. Okay, so when we read a value, try 1, 2, 3, is that the activation code for Linux? Read a value. Okay, so what we yeah, and by the way, when we have this, we need to have syntax, right? When I'm parsing something, this needs to be done with syntax, like concrete syntax. Can I import this? Yes, let's import this. Actually, syntax star. Okay. Syntax. So we construct a parser, tokens, and syntax, and then we do the read value. That's all I need here, right? All right, parser. When I read a value, so the syntax is a data structure which contains all the collection of all the syntax definitions of the language, right? And read value is going to try and read that thing, right? Right. So so we're going to need to be able to pick the tokens, right? Tokens pick. Now it's Rust. You're trying doing some cast in different languages to see which one seemed to be best fit. Rust is a language that I know. OCaml and Haskell I was trying to learn. You know, and yeah, I am not satisfied with those languages, so I'm going back to Rust, as it's the best language that's existing, you know. Although there is I've learned that there is this language that's called Scala, and they have like some interesting ideas in it. So if I wanted to learn more, I would probably try Scala. But now I just want to make some progress on the language instead. But we need to rewrite what we had in OCaml before. Isn't the normal route for stuff like this is to bootstrap it with itself? Yeah, but like I don't have like the final design of the language that I'm making, right? Learning other languages means that I can design my language to be even better if I learn more things, right? The more things that I know of the problems and the good parts of other languages, the better I can make my language, right? You're wrong. Why am I wrong, Brainoid? If you want to make a game, you want to be playing other games. Otherwise, like, in the meantime, you could write 3 more languages and learn from them. I don't know. Is it so? Like you are making games, right? Can you make like, is it worth it making 10 games or playing 10 games? Because making 10 games is going to be a lot longer, a lot slower than just trying out 10 different games, right? So that you can make your game better. Isn't it the same? It is still the point some Linux devs leave kernel because of it. The best. Well, the people who left Linux are the people who were writing Rust because they were bullied by the C people, right? Because the C people thought that they are the best, and they refused to even like look at the thing that's called Rust, because they were doing things for like in C for like a billion years, and they said that they don't want to learn. They don't need anything new. That's what I understand, how I understood the situation there. C people left because integration of Rust. I know that Rust people left because they were bullied by C developers. When did some C people left? The guy who left was a Rust developer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was the Rust developer. You're not trying to learn how other games are made? Well, you are trying to learn, like, you are trying to learn other games from the player perspective. I'm not trying to learn how other languages are made either. I'm trying to learn how other languages are being used as a user of a language, as a programmer who uses that language, not as a developer of the language. I didn't try to like go into the details of how Haskell is made, into the details of its implementation, right? I was trying to use it as a user, which is similar to trying a game as a player, not figuring out how they are made. Incomparable because of the time spent? I don't know. I think it's pretty comparable. I spent 3 days on Haskell. You could play a game for 3 days to see what the game is about. Same thing, no? Rust should make its own operating system like anything else. There is an operating system written in Rust too. Are you saying that, like, I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to argue about that. I'm not into talking about that anyway. Let's do some work instead. So I'm going to pick and take a look at the tokens, right? Here. Time spent learning Rust always becomes an argument because it's new. The same isn't said about more mature languages like C and Python, even though those languages take some time to learn too for a newbie. Let's take a look at the previous implementation. Here, I'm not sure what I even start with here, because like I cannot, like, when I'm parsing my my code, if I pick the first token, it's not enough to understand what am I trying to parse, right? I need to pick until we see the first I need to pick until we see like the first keyword. Hold on. So we have something like value. So what we are going to have is like a value, but an optional value. We are going to have an optional value. Values are ISTs in our case, right? Followed by a keyword, in which case we like continue doing something, right? Let's see. In general, why to come to existing technology and try to demand to integrate? No one demanded to integrate anything there. They said here is like, okay, do you think that it's okay for people to come to an open source project and do a pull request saying, here's how we improve things, here's why it improves things and makes your thing better? Do you think that is okay? Even if even if like it's not about a language change. Is only the thing where it makes something better, explained why it is better and why the previous implementation is C was too easy to get wrong. Like when you that's what I understand what happened. They were explaining this, and all of the arguments that they made were completely like disregarded. You can't pull request in a new language, though? That's not comparable? Well, I mean, yeah, but the Rust was already, like okay, when did the Rust first came into the kernel? I don't remember the history anymore. I was not following it very closely anyway. But when people started leaving, like the Rust was already not really a new language for the kernel, wasn't? Can we make some progress today? Yeah, let's make some progress. Let's, yeah. I don't care about whether Rust is in the Linux kernel or not, actually. It doesn't matter much to me. But, yeah. Rust is literally safer in everywhere. In every way, there are government grants just for projects to be rewritten in Rust. Well, that doesn't persuade everyone. It all started when Linus said he would allow it as an experiment. What does Linus say about the it now? Did Linus say something about the situation where the Rust people left? Okay, anyway, so we have the value before the keyword. Then we are going to go through, let's see, while we have a token in front of our queue. So we are going to pick front like this. He didn't comment on the situation yet. Isn't that situation happened like more than a month ago? All right. All right, so we take a look at the first token, right? The first token is either a keyword or not a keyword, right? Let's see. Not using logos. What do you mean logos? Log OS? Log OS? Logos is a term used in Western philosophy, psychology, and rhetoric, as well as religion. Logos, the appeal to logic. Hello, Ves. Logo, the programming language. It's cluttered and hard to read. Just because you get used to reading it doesn't make it easy. You can say the same argument about the C. C is also cluttered and hard to read. That's because you're used to it. Another logos? What is this logos? Create ridiculously fast lexers. Blazingly fast. So it's a library for Rust, which does this. I cannot do that though. Because I mean, we could do it for lexers, right? Because lexer is to read it, because like it's not the newbie programmers that are working on the Linux kernel. They definitely can learn, right? Like learning is not that hard. You just need to spend a couple of days and you will be able to read Rust. It's not that hard. Writing Rust would take probably more time, but reading it is not that hard. F. I didn't. Did the stream drop? I didn't see anything happening. All right. C is dangerous because of its mechanics. He allows you to do weird stuff, but you can't. But if you cannot understand what it actually does, then, as some famous dude on Twitch says, skill issue. Yeah. Similarly to reading Rust. If you cannot read Rust, it's a skill issue. You know? Okay, we have the tokens that are in front, right? The token is either a keyword or not. Syntax, keywords. Contains token raw. Let's see. So I need the raw thing for the token. Do I have it? Do I have it? Simple token function raw. So it's going to just give me the string like that. So how do I do this in Vim, by the way? Why am I using Vim today anyway? In Helix, I would just replace all of these to-dos. I guess I just do this search and replace to-do with raw. Okay. Sure. That works. Token raw, because this one is a spend token. Also, why do I not have the auto-completion here? No, I do have. Okay. Weird. Okay, how about this? What would you say is the most readable language? I think it doesn't, like, there is no such thing. Like, the most readable is the one that you are used to. That's it. There is no such thing. I don't think C is more readable than Rust. I don't think Python is more readable than Rust. Part of reading involves actually having types makes your code more readable, I think, even although it's more text. Having the having the references here, having the lifetimes in Rust makes the code more readable because it is more information like that is useful. You know, it's not just like visual clutter that you have here. You know, it's not just like when you annotate your functions with types, it makes the code more readable, even although it's more text on the screen, technically, right? So I think actually like Rust is more readable than Python too, because you don't just like read the words. You want to read the meaning of the program, right? That's what you want to read. Also named tokens to spend tokens. I don't know. Why? Just so that I don't need to do token here. I can do token raw if I make something like for a spend token. I can like derive giraffe, you know, something. I guess I cannot derive it if I don't use the. A crate for it and write it manually like this, so that spend token can be treated as token. Why not? Although that's not what I should use the giraffes in Rust, I guess. But it's okay, I think. Then I can just do this. My intentions are more clear then. I don't know, are they? The carrot moves so smoothly, but you never use mouse. Oh, I use mouse sometimes. I mean, I switch the editors all the time. Right now we use the Neovide, which is why we have this. Might switch to VS Code, and then I will use mouse a lot more. Am I on macOS? No, I'm on Linux. I'm on NixOS. Okay, so there is like two cases basically. It's either a keyword which includes the punctuation, or it's not a keyword.
Hello, CEO. You wanted to see
You know,
me?
one of the two things is happening here. Let's see. If it is a keyword, then we either continue parsing the value, the thing that I am currently parsing, you know. Current node. So I'm going to have the what? This one is mutable. Okay, if I have this is right. Anyway, I just think I will need to get rid of this struct because of reasons. Yeah, Rust is also annoying sometimes. Because I want to, like, while reading a value, I will want to read the inner value. So I will want to call this function recursively, so I cannot hide the reference to myself here, and call this function recursively at the same time. I need to and have the syntax and tokens to be like completely separated from each other here. Syntax. Hold on, syntax parse node. Yeah. This is going to be self syntax root node. So we start with the root, and then we go forward. My biggest issue with the syntax is the colon colon. I had the same issue with C++. What's the issue with that? Why would that even matter though? The colon colon. I don't know. You can say the same about anything else in C. I don't know. I have an issue with the curly brackets. Why do we need curly brackets? Just do it in Python with the indentation instead. Does it actually make the code more readable though? I don't think so. I think it does not matter. It's about what you're used to. It's a cool app, Rust app, and well made also. You even tried the Cahoon, the C version of it. Still Helix is better. Why do I access at the token field of a token? I don't access the token field of a token anymore, as you can see. I have removed this. You see this over here? I don't access the token field of a token anymore. Does it mean that if something is optional, then I should call it not just a value, but should I call it optional value? Do you write your code this way too? If something is optional, do you say that it's optional in the name too? I mean, it depends on the situation. Maybe sometimes I actually would do that. All right, let's see. So when I have a keyword, one of the things that can happen is I can continue parsing the, so I can advance from the current node into something else. So we have the, this is the parser node. We have an edge, right? Next, get the edge. Let's construct the edge. Edge is... edge that I'm trying to go through is the value before the keyword is whether or not we currently have a value. So this is some, and keyword is keyword in this case is what, a string? Sure. Sure. Oh, okay. Keyword is going to be a raw token, and in this case to owned, I guess. So I'm going to get the edge, and we either can continue or not. So let's match on this. If it's some next node, then I do something. If it's none, then I do also something. Do you prefer camel case? I don't like... I prefer using whatever the language that I'm using it has the convention about. If I'm using Rust, in Rust we have a convention that says that you need to use snake case or camel case for types. In other languages, I use the convention of that other language because I think that makes sense. If I'm making my own programming language, I think I will also use the snake case, or we also made our Lexer support the kebab case, so you can do this value before keyword like that. Not so sure about that yet, but I'll keep it for now. I don't. But yeah, I think the reason Rust chose the snake case, they had a research or something that that literally says that this makes it more readable than the camel case. So I trust them. I trust them that it actually is so. I don't know where did they get the data from, but I'm pretty sure that I read somewhere that they did it because of like some research. Vote ban Kuviman. You want to ban me because I like the snake case or the kebab case? Kebab case the best case? I mean, you use kebab case a lot in like the package managers. Usually, when you install something on your system, you usually use the kebab case, right? Why don't you use the mixed case there, the camel case there? Hmm. Bookcase. The worst case is the bookcase. I'm surprised so many people like the kebab case. I think it's the more like I think kebab case is actually the most used one because it's used not only by programmers but also like the by like I don't know, by system administrators, I guess, the people who install things, right? I mean, it's actually not used by programmers because none of the programming languages actually allow the kebab case except for like Nix, I guess. Is there any other programming language that allows you to have your identifiers in kebab case? I don't know. Anyway, if we have some next node, then I say that current node is going to be equal to the next node now. And also, while we are parsing, so this is the value that is like unassigned, you know, unassigned value, you know, and we are also going to have like the current node values, which is going to be a list of values, right? So in this case, we do current node values. I extend those with unassigned value take, right? So I assign these values that were unassigned to the current node, and then we continue forward. I think this is what I want. In case I cannot, and I guess I just do something like continue here, maybe. I continue. Is that it? Weren't you using Haskell for this? Why did you switch? Am I writing language in a variety of other languages? Not anymore, but yeah, I was trying Haskell to try it mostly, and then I didn't like it. I mean, I like the Haskell, but there, I don't know. How do I say this? Like I like the type system, but I hate the like it's just not practical to write code in it. I don't know. It's very annoying to write. Because of the horrible language server, because of the horrible way of dealing with records and shit. Yeah, so I'm going just back to Rust because I think this is the most practical language. So we can finally do some progress, hopefully. What do you think is the most readable language? GDScript? GDScript is basically Python. So I guess you can say that Robert Patterson thinks that it's Python that's the most readable. Which, like I said before, I mean, maybe it is. But Python code, in my experience, does not allow you to read the meaning of the program very well. You can read the text pretty clearly there, but not what the program actually means to do. Even with some type descriptions that they have in the latest Python versions. I guess I don't do this. I just change this with the if let. Yes, because like if I can continue, then I continue. Otherwise, I just don't. Right? Otherwise, I just don't. I mean, so there's multiple things that can happen. We can either continue parsing the current thing, or we can start a new thing, right? So this is the next thing that I should check here. So if I start, then I would do self syntax. I mean, I mean, we have a keyword, right? We have a keyword, we need to like do something with it. And if I cannot do this, then we either stop reading the current value or we start a new one. Yeah, something like that. Swift. Swift is a nice language, yeah. I don't have a lot of experience with it, but it seemed very nice. But they are adding a lot of things which is going to make it more like Rust. No? Like they are adding the ownership in the Swift 6 that was released a couple days ago. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing there, but I think they have like the borrow checker or something. No? Um, the one thing that is like easier to work with in Swift is because like everything is reference counted there by default. Like in Rust, when I do like reference counted stuff, I very often need to like clone things, right? In Swift, you just say X is X, but that is also something that I think like it's being talked about and might be fixed in the future. Some people think it's a good thing that we have it more verbose in Rust too, because it's more clear what's happening, that like some reference counting is happening, which is completely implicit in Swift. Tokipona is very readable. Not everything is only classes are being reference counted. Well, I mean, pretty much everything is a class anyway, right? Or do you have like a distinction between classes and structs? I think probably then, right? So like structs are being copied and classes are being reference counted. Similarly, how like C# works then, right? It's just like in C# it's garbage collected, in Swift it's reference counted, which is pretty much the same thing anyway. um okay, this is how I continue. This is how I continue. And also I should see if I can start something new. Also, when I'm reading something, I want to read until a certain like priority. I think I need to use like the binding power here. Right? What we're making is from what I understand, a pret parser, but we're making it on a dynamic syntax definitions. Boom, 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 boom. How would I start, right? How would I start? How would I start? So yeah, hold on. When I say until a certain binding power, it means that potentially I'm not going to parse anything. I think that's what it means. I think the read until should be a thing which gives me an optional result, and if it's going to be giving me none in case we couldn't even like start anything, right? Similarly how I did it in the Lexer, basically. Tokepona is a con lang with a very few words. Philosophical, artistic, constructed language for its small vocabulary known. Purpose, minimalism. PP? PP is a ladybug, apparently, in this language. All right. Very nice. Pretty minimal. PP is a bug in general. Oh, it's just any bug. Okay. Is it lady PP? All right. Let's see. So over here, I'm going to read until. Read until. Um. The until is going to be my current state, current node binding power, I guess, right? Is what I want to read until. I was going to like refer to my previous implementation, but I'm not doing that. I'm trying to read it from scratch. And like I said, this is like the most complex thing in the language that I've written before. I don't know. Let's continue trying though. But I remember that it took me a long time to like do this, you know, Camel 2. I'm just like do you guys want me to explain a little bit? From scratch is the right approach. You will learn while doing this. Are you trying to say that it actually is not? Are you like trying to joke? No. Okay. So we have a bunch of syntaxes, right? Which look like this, right? We have a syntax for a certain operation, which is a left associative priority. This is the definition. So we have a value, then a question mark, then a then case, then a colon, and then an else case. This is the definition for the ternary operator in case we want to have it in the language, right? And we have a bunch of these definitions. Syntax kast. This is the actual syntax of the language here, right? So a bunch of these definitions are being parsed into a single structure where it's like the tree data structure, but instead of finding strings, we're going to find like the syntax definitions here. So we start with some root node and we go through the edges, which represent a certain keyword. So like in the case of a ternary operator, we have the a value followed by a question mark, and then this brings me into a new state, and then we have a colon, and before the colon we have another value, and then it gives me into another state, and then after another value we can like finally finish and complete the parsing into the thing. And this is technically like a tree data structure, which allows me to like navigate it and get a certain node. So this allows me to find a singular syntax node, right? But while parsing a single syntax node, like these values can be other syntax nodes, right? Which we need to like go through this thing recursively, kind of thing. Graph theory mentioned. It's not a graph, right? I think it's the tree data structure, right? Is it called a tree or a trie? How do you pronounce this thing anyway?
Tree.
Still is a tree. I would say tree, but I have no right to correct. Yeah, I think it's just a tree. Yeah, so like on the edges of the tree, we have like the keyword with potentially like do we have a value that we expect to see before the keyword. And so we have this data structure. I call this data structure the syntax, which is so like a singular path from the root to one of the leaves is one of the syntax definitions. So like we yeah, it's like a decision tree. Yeah, kind of like so basically if I have two different syntaxes, right, For example, I have syntax which is like if, then, and then else, right? And then we have another syntax which is just if and then, without the else case, right? In case we do it just for the effects, then these two things, they start with the same prefix. So in this case, in our tree, this will be represented by like this is the if, this is the then, and then after the then we can diverge. We can either finish immediately, or we can go through the else case, you know, and then finish after we have seen the else keyword. So we have this data structure already. Now using this data structure, we need to like actually parse the things, you know. And then every single definition like this is also like annotated with associativity and priority, which we should like decide whether or not we should like continue parsing, or like stop parsing, or start parsing something, you know. Yeah, I guess you can call it a decision tree, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how other programming languages do that. I did not look into how other programming languages implement the things, but that's how I was doing it. We had it already implemented in OCaml before, but yeah. So yeah, in this case, the current node that I'm talking about here is specifically the node in this decision tree, right? That's what I'm talking about. And then the edge, as you can see in this tree, is a keyword plus potentially a value before the keyword, which all we care about when like navigating the decision tree is whether we have the value or not. So this is just a boolean, and the keyword is just a string. So yeah, that's what we have so far, right? And then if I cannot continue through my decision tree when I see another keyword, then it can mean one of the two things. We either need to finish the current node, or we can start a new thing, right? I think that's what it means. So can we start a new thing, right? Let's see. Start is going to be self syntax. So we're going through the root node. And from the root node, I'm going through the same field, through the same thing. Kind of. You think it's possible to have lifetime on objects to be mutable? It's possible to have the lifetime of objects to be a mutable value? To mutate the lifetime? Lifetime is something that exists at compile time. It's like mutating the type. Which makes kind of not a lot of sense. But you can construct a new value with a different lifetime, similarly to how you can convert a value of one type into a value of a different type. Yeah. And you need to call self on next left and next right. What is next left and next right? It's a tree, no? But it's not a binary tree. It's not a binary tree. It's a tree where the like we can have as many like things going from the root as possible, as we want, right? So from the root, like let's say that all we have in the language is like the operators. We have the plus, the minus, the binary operators, plus, minus, star, and then divide, right? Then the tree would look something like this. We have the root node, and from the root node we would have like the plus edge, the minus edge, the star edge, and the divide edge. And then both of these nodes can be like finished directly. You know, all of these, something like that is going to be our data structure. Is all we have. If all we have is the binary arithmetic operators, so it's a cluster. It's a tree. Next. You know, it's a calculator. It's yours, call it as you wish. Well, I call it syntax. It's a data structure containing all the syntax definitions, and yeah, like it's not only a tree, right? Because like we have the we have like the child branches, and then like and then in some nodes, I don't know. Like, do you call the data structure which I don't know. It's just some data structure. Okay, so we if we fail to continue the current node, then we potentially try to start a new one from the root, basically, right? We potentially start a new one from the root. Okay, let's have it a freestanding function, because I don't think I can do it with that. You know, or at least you know what parser all the parser has is the tokens. You know, but I am reading using like the syntax here. You know, so I don't have the self syntax. Maybe that's what I have. Syntax. You like how the cursor moves? Yeah, I like it too. You have new Vim, but you use VS Code most of the time. I am using VS Code most of the time too. I don't really like. Yeah, I don't know. I also use Helix sometimes, because sometimes I think Helix is better than NeoVim. I just switch the editors all the time. At least I don't need to start the project from scratch when I'm switching the editors, like when I'm switching the programming languages, you know? As far as I understood, you by description is a cluster tree structure. Is there like such a thing, actually? Cluster tree. Cluster tree. Is there like a wiki page about it? Hierarchical clustering. Cluster analysis. I don't think I've heard the term cluster tree before. Have I tried Z yet? I tried it once. I think I tried it a long time ago. I don't know. Maybe I will try it more one day. Not right now though. So I think the read until. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Hold on. Hierarchical clustering is an unsupervised machine learning algorithm used to categorize similar data points as different. Z is pretty nice. Their Vim mode is awesome. Yeah, maybe I probably should try it one day, but yeah, there's a lot of things that I want to try, like other programming languages, other editors like Z, the other like game engines like Godot would be nice to try sometime too. Yeah. Try your ECS thing, yeah. Do you use your ECS for making the programming language, for making kast? Alright, the stream is 1 hour and 20 minutes long, and all I have written today is this lines of code, which is 20 lines of code. 20 lines of code per hour is how much? Whereas is 1 line per 20 minutes or something. Amazing. Please don't give Z a stage. Do you hate Z? What's wrong with it? What is wrong with it? This is hard. To understand a little bit. I think once we read it, it's actually going to be like relatively easy, but everything is wrong with Z. I don't know. I saw a lot of cool things about it though. I liked the animation where they show it as a 3D something something, no? Where is it? Built with ultimate care. I mean, isn't it a good thing that they ultimately care? For starting, they show up friendly to community, but they use telemetry inside it. Same goes for VS Code, no? Doesn't VS Code also do the telemetry? What editor do you use? VS Codium? Alright. Yeah, I know it's alternative, but I don't know. I personally don't care much about telemetry. Like there is a difference between stealing your data and giving the some telemetry to improve the thing, you know. Like if you have trust issues, then yeah. I'm not talking about lifetimes in Rust. I mean, for example, a language where you declare a named lifetimes for variable, like let x is 5x, where x is the lifetime. But what do you mean lifetime then? Like, do you still talk about the same idea of a lifetime as you have in Rust or in C? In C, there's also lifetimes. They're just like only in your imagination. They're still there. Is it the same concept that we are talking about? The lifetime is like basically like what do you call it? Like a region on a stack? Something? You in general want to know what is running on your station and why? Well, I mean, yeah, it would be really nice if they if like the telemetry that they have would be really easy to understand what is exactly the data that they send, right? What exactly are they like spying, right? Yes, but in this example language you would be able to specify it. Yeah, but like what is the question? You want to mutate these things, you said. You wanted to mutate the lifetimes, but a lifetime, like I said, is similar to type. Like, do you want to mutate types? Ah, shit. How to write this? How to write this? if I make no progress in the next half hour, I will just rewrite as is the OCaml version, and then we will figure that out. Maybe like simplify the code. So if the variable has the same named lifetime as the scope, it's a stack variable. If not, then it's allocated on the heap. Heap, stack, heap versus stack. And I mean, no, that like, okay, that's not about the mutation though. But how many passes you have in kast? We have the so we have the lexer, which gives me the tokens. We have the AST, which constructs the AST in like yeah, we construct the AST. After the AST, we evaluate it and compile at the same time. Oh, I guess I guess not really. Like we compile it into the intermediate representation, which while it's being compiled can like interpret it at the same time, you know, like similarly to the comp time in Zig or something like that. So so the compilation and interpretation is like a recursive process, kind of. Dispatcher is second stage, yes. Yes, after this it's starting to be like more recursive. The lexer and the parser and of the AST are independent though, and they can be considered stages, yeah. But yeah, like you say that if the lifetime is the same as the stack, then it's a stack variable. If not, it's allocated on the heap. Have you seen about like the proposals of the super Rust proposal maybe? Or there is a similar thing in OCaml. I'm not sure how to search for it though. OCaml, OCaml super something maybe. OCaml, borrow checker maybe. Proposal for data free. Like basically what they can say is that you can have a local a variable, or you can have a variable that would be allocated on the still on the stack, but not inside your function, but inside like the caller, you know, in the parent stack, in the parent scope, kind of, right? It's not about the borrow checking, maybe. Anyway, I don't remember. There is something somewhere, and a similar thing somewhere about the same thing in Rust. What do you think will happen to Rust after 20 years and future additional compilers? I think something similar to C++, but hopefully they handle it better and they like deprecate the old features and completely remove it. I mean, not completely remove it, but like you know, make it so that they are, I don't know, like something, you know, so that you don't need to learn the old language. It's like basically can convert into completely new language. Something, yeah. There are editions. The editions they don't really like. They can't really like do like all of the things, right? But yeah, I don't know. Editions are supposed to make the these like this thing easier, but we might still have some problems in Rust here. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. And some cargoes already as the discarded, deprecated attribute. I mean, there is the deprecated attribute, but it's different. Like we talk about the language, you know, the language features. And some of the features can be completely removed and replaced with new and better features, kind of, you know. Would be an example. Like async await. Async await can be implemented on top of a different feature, like algebraic effects and stuff, if they ever do that in Rust. They are looking into that, as far as I know. But yeah, maybe that can happen in something like 20 years, though. Probably not very soon. Is it also being proposed for Rust? The thing, I want to like remember what it's called, you know? Rust super keyword maybe. Super like scope something. Current like we already have this super modules that inherit super scope. No, that's a different thing. Oh, super let. This is it probably. This is super let. Rust temporary lifetimes and super lets. Probably this is the thing. Like, it's not really being proposed, but like people are talking about things. Maybe there is a proposal about this somewhere too. Not sure. But yeah, superlet is like making your lifetime to be a part of the parent scope, I think, or something like that. Becoming madness like C++, yeah. Yeah, can C++ be fixed and somehow be not as mad? Like they like the recent proposal in C++, the safe C++ proposal, right? This is going to basically make C++ two separate languages, right? Safe C++ proposal. So it's becoming even more madness, right? They will have like the unsafe C++, and then they're going to have the safe C++, which is very similar to Rust in the same language. So I don't know. C++ cannot be fixed. I don't know. Read until. Can someone write the code for me? Someone definitely understands what I'm trying to write here, right? Ah, shit. You're not even paying any attention. ChatGPT. Nah. No ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not allowed to enter my code base. He said understands. Not pretend to understand, yeah. Like I feel like when I'm reading, I also potentially like this value that is unassigned probably needs to like go in here. Mut unassigned value. You know, option ASC, like it should be here as an argument to my function, not here, you know, because I need to pass this unassigned value to me starting the thing here. Yeah, something like that, I think. Unassigned value. Take. Wait, did I take it already though? Hold on. I did take it. I took it here because I have continued. Yes. It starts getting focused right after I redeem at comment. Right, what this function does, maybe this will help. Let's see what this function should do. what does this what should this function do? Um, I mean, this function should parse a single AST node, but it should stop whenever we encounter something that has binding power less than or equal than this thing, you know, because this should be like treated as the end of the thing that I should parse, you know. That's it. That's it. That makes sense. Like pret parser. Pret parser. Is what we do, right? Pret parser. Simple but powerful pret parsing. Let's see what they call it here. So in this example, this also is in Rust, right? They did it for a specific syntax though. Where's the final version? Also, we need to copy paste Nigel's message. But I did though, right? Prefix binding power. So yeah, we parse the expression, and this is so I'm calling this until the binding power. The binding power that they use is just a U8, but I have a new type for it. So I parse an expression, an S expression, right? Which is either an atom or cons in this case, right? So I parse it. I see the next token, right? If it's an atom, then I have completely then I have parsed an atom. So this is like the value, the unassigned value that I was talking about, right? Then I'm seeing after this thing that something 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 so we expect to see the operator after a value. So we find the operator, we find the binding power of it, and then depending on the binding powers, we either treat it as a postfix operator or as an infix operator, right? Something like this here. Over here we do the prefix binding operator in case our first token is not a value but an operator. So like something similar to this, right? Right now though, I have passed the unassigned value, so like the left-hand side into the argument. Maybe I should not do that then. Hold on. So I guess we just must consume a token, right? That's what should happen. We must consume a token because they do the next, and then we must consume it, right? We parse an expression, we must parse something, right? Okay, sure. So this so the way they did here is that it was not optional. So we try from scratch then. We try from scratch. Let's see. Okay, I'm focusing. I'm not going to be distracted by chat anymore. Right? I'm just going to write this from scratch again. match self tokens. So I'm going to pop front. I'm going to consume it immediately, right? If it's none, then I say something like result. Let's call this error message. Use use that. So error unexpected end of file, I guess. In this case, and find the macro. Wait, what? Why not? I'm gonna drop this for now. Why can I not find this macro? This makes no sense to me. I think it's because this must be over here. The order matters here. Probably. Yeah. Annoying, but okay. All right. So we say unexpected end of file. And then, if I have some token here, then it's either a keyword or it is not a keyword. Right? So we say that we have the left hand, the first value, right? First value. I'm going to match the token. Wait, do I match the token? No. Raw token once again is token raw. So we see if syntax keywords contains I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. You can try to distract me, but I will resist. All right. Syntax keywords. If it contains the raw token, we do that one thing. Otherwise, we do another thing. So we don't start with a node, right? We just see if we have a value here first or not. Something like that. So if this is not a keyword, then it must be a value, right? I think, I mean, if it's not, then you're going to do something completely different. In this case, if it's not a value, if it's not a keyword, then it must be the identifier, right? We say a simple token. I guess this is exactly what we do then, right? So we just return okay, ast simple, where we are going to have the token, like DevMini likes, right? This is what we are having here. Token. Data is token span. Nice. Resistance is persistence. What does that mean? Syntax keywords. So if it is a keyword, then over here I actually start reading. We need to like find the thing that we're doing, right? Let's put state. Put them there 13 days away. You're doing it this time? Most likely, yeah. Most likely. We need to construct an edge here, right? Let's see. I mean, the edge is going to be this keyword without the value before. That's a little bit different. Syntax, root node, next. Using the I don't return this. I just say that let mode unassigned value is this. That's what I do here. And then I do something else. If it's a keyword, then I try to go from the root node through the edge, which in this case does not have a value before keyword, but the keyword itself is a raw token to the own string, right? What if this does not exist? What if this does not exist? If I have this state, why is this unknown? Because I need to node next get here. So if I cannot go through this node, I cannot parse anything. I guess that's okay, right? So in this case, this gives me an option. This gives me an option if in case it is none. Well, I mean, I should start something here for sure, right? Should I expect could not start? Let's do this for now. We'll replace the expect later. To have this state, and then I need to go forward. I mean, I need to see if state is the state. This is hard. You know what? How about we just go and rewrite one to one? I don't know. I have a skill issue right now. Understanding, like trying to write something that I have actually written before. I'll take a bathroom break. I will rewrite it one to one then. Maybe I will understand more about what I'm actually doing here. Ah, what's going on in chat? Race condition in Nigel's message. It's called conversation. C conversation. What you turn to 4-5 hole min? I have no idea what's happening in chat. All right. Okay, here we go. Here's the thing that I need to convert, and we need to do it 1-to-1 because I don't know. I have an issue right now. So we have a let's see what we have here. Let's see what we have here. I don't have a conversation about what random stuff some guy wrote in Twitch chat. We broke every Twitch rule, by the way. BM Galago, hello. All right, over here on the right hand side we have the OCaml. On the left hand side we need to make it happen in Rust. So what we need to have, right? Here's my parse, right? We have the source, which in this case we already have converted into the tokens, but I guess it doesn't really matter. I can convert the source file into the tokens directly, right? And this gives me as a result the span node. This is the AST, right? So yeah. Parse syntax. Can I no, I cannot. Let rec and everything. Where's the actual code? The actual code is somewhere over here in the end. So we start with this. F. What do you mean F? The Twitch dropped? Is it the stream dropped? Because I am still streaming according to my OBS. Yeah. Oh, Nerdsel timed out. Oh, F for road partisan. Okay. F. Hello, original Kubi. There was this imposter recently with wrong hair. What do you mean? What do you mean wrong hair? Okay, we are trying to parse until value. Parse until value. This must use final value. What am I doing here? Converting this is also not going to be very easy. Parse until value. We have the parse state. Parse state. Parse state. Where is parse state defined? Oh, Spike. How are you doing? I'm having trouble right now writing any code at all. So I'm trying to like rewrite my AST parser, and that's, like I said, the hardest part of the language so far. And I'm having trouble remembering, like, how did I even write it in the first place? Like I have a, like, I don't know. I understand it, but I don't know what to write. Kind of is the thing. Do some math problems that usually helps get your brain started. Do some math problems. Like a new language. What's a monad? We don't talk about monads here. How do I even go about rewriting this as is? Like just go top to bottom and don't think about it much. I don't know. I mean, consume token. Consumed token. Parse syntax. Okay, you know what? Let's start with parsing syntax, because this function specifically, the parse syntax, is about parsing a single syntax definition. We know what a syntax definition is. This one should be easy. So let's do that, right? Let's do that. That should be the easy one. Function parse syntax definition, you know. Something like this. You're driving to California for a new job, doing well. Back in Rust again. I see. What is the modules of Haskell that caused me to give up? The language server, the records, and yeah, that's basically it. Those are the things that I hate in Haskell. The module system in Haskell, I guess, also. But it's mostly it's mostly, I guess, working with the records in Haskell. This is just so horrible. I should delete it and redo it from scratch. So this should give me the syntax definition. There you go. This is what I'm trying to get here. Result. Syntax definition. So when we see a syntax definition, what I want is I'm going to match yeah, like I need to have the syntax as the first identifier, basically, you know, as the first thing. Yes, that's what I want. So we do self tokens peak. Am I not missing the JJ helix? What does the JJ? JJ is going down twice, just like in Vim. What do you mean? What's the JJ? Front. This one should be some. It's ESC, escape. I'm not sure what you mean. Some token. So I need the token to be equal to the syntax, because I'm trying to parse the syntax definition. There you go. In this case, I do something. Otherwise, I return error. Say expected a syntax definition. JJ does something special in Helix, not by default. How do I switch mode? Over here, I press I to go in insert mode, or A to append, which also brings me to the insert mode. Or do you mean like if I want to go from the insert mode into the normal mode, you can press escape, or I mean I am pressing Control C actually, not escape. You bind it to JJ. That would be weird because you're in insert mode. No? Okay, the first one is this self tokens pop front something. After that, yeah, let's just pop front over here. Doesn't matter. ICS Boix, hello. It asks you not press escape to switch when you insert mode in Helix. By default behavior puts you out. Doesn't work for Nigel. Yeah, like maybe you missed. I think maybe you did a typo again. Maybe it's not the JJ because there is another typo in the same message that you wrote there. Probably JJ is also a typo. Okay, so after I press the syntax, the next token, self tokens next, the next token, the pop front, must be the identifier for the name. So name is I'm going to match this if it is pum 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 pum. Let's do self read identifier. Not. Let's do that. Read identifier. And I will just return the name of it, you know, like the string. Think. Let me inline this. Name token is self tokens next upfront and wrap. Expected and name for the syntax. You know what? I think I should like stop using the results and I should do more panics instead. Name is match name token identifier token name for the syntax must be an identifier. Do I have Helix? Please open it. Press OI or whatever. Try type something and then press JJ. Yo, Helix. Press O. Start to type something and then press JJ. There you go, JJ. It just types the JJ. That's what it does. JJ. There's a lot of JJs there. Why would it put you out of the insert mode? Like you are literally typing the JJ, right? Why would it do anything? What if you actually try to type JJ? You will not be able to do that. You will need to type 1J and then go into normal mode, then go back into the insert mode and type the second J. It's timed. Okay, I see. If you have a, I don't know. Still a very weird binding. Like I'm using the Control C in Vim, so that I don't need to like reach out for the escape. Jello 2013, hello. All right, we need to start making progress, guys, soon. I don't know how to start making progress, apparently. Have a name, all right. After we have a name, I need to read the priority, the associativity. Associativity I'm going to match self tokens pop front expected priority something something. So it should be a punctuation. It should be a punctuation where raw is left. Oh, I cannot match a string. Of course, I cannot match a string if raw is equal to the left. In this case, I say associativity left. If it is this, then it's the associativity right. If it's anything else, then we panic saying expected associativity left or right. Something like this. Okay, you know what? Remove the result. Go to panic. Go to panic. I can catch a panic anyway. And I'm using this syntax because I've written too much OCaml apparently, right? Okay, now that I have the associativity, the next thing is going to be priority. So I'm going to match self tokens pop front expected. Wait, this is associativity. This is priority. The priority must be a number, right? And we say priority. Priority is as this thing. To implement priority, public function new raw value should be like a floating point like this. Self R64 new raw, something like that. Okay, so we have the priority using raw parse unwrap expect build to parse priority. Otherwise we panic expected syntax priority must be a number. You're stupid, you have config for it. Keys insert J is J normal mode. I see. Still, why would you do that? Like that's a weird binding in my opinion. Like, I understand that the escape is pretty far away, so you want to rebind it to something else, but like I said, Control C is what I'm using. Feel like using a flat case and making a variable for DJ jacket. Okay, we have priority, then after that, if self tokens upfront expected equal token raw is not equal to this expected this. Well, I guess I just over here a map map spend token raw Mm, mm. I don't know. Yeah, and this is where we have a temporary, which is weird. Makes this thing weird. Whatever. Why am I having trouble writing code today? I don't know. How to fix myself. I usually write code pretty easily, right? But I have some trouble today for some reason. Maybe you need a break? I don't know. Do I? Bring back push-ups? Mushrooms? Okay, anyway, so we then do let mode parts this, and then I say while let token is self token speak front. I will return syntax definition here. So the things that we want to have is name, priority, associativity, and the parts. This is all there is, right? So we are just left with parsing the parts. This should stop whenever we see some punctuation, I guess. So I'm going to match token here. It's one of these things, you know. The strings are going to correspond to the in the syntax definitions to keywords. So this is going to be part syntax definition part keyword, contents being the keyword, right? So we just say something like parts push this part. Oh, that's what I want to do. If it's punctuation, then we just break the loop. If it is an identifier, then it's an identifier, then I'm going to match. Then I'm going to say that if name is equal to underscore. In this case, I will have the syntax definition part unnamed binding, and if it is anything else, then we're going to have syntax definition part named bindings with this name, right? And I think this is it. The numbers, the comments is something that I guess just like anything else makes me break here. Marushana, hello there. Mm -hmm. Name, contents clone, but I need in case I actually did the push, then I need to pop, right? So something like this. Okay, at least we did something. I parsed the syntax definition. You know, I parsed the syntax definition. That's good. Do I have it debuggable? Yes, I have. Okay, that's the easy part though. That's the easy part. Now this is over here is the hard part. So so when I want to read here, this needs to result in AST. Once again, I'm no longer interested in errors. We'll do that later, maybe. Place the panics with errors. Need to figure out the thing first. The so we see the first token, right? The first token is either a keyword or not a keyword. If it is not a keyword, then then we basically then it basically is a value. We know for a fact that it is a value, which we start with, and then we can like continue combining that value with the future tokens into some like complex syntax definition. But we start with a simple one here immediately. In case we see a keyword, then we start and we need to start parsing that immediately, right? Also, there's one other thing. There's one other thing, and this other thing is that if the raw token is equal to syntax, because that is the only built-in syntax that we have in the language. This is the one where we are going to read the syntax, right? The read syntax definition. That's what I wanted to do. It was called parse syntax def. So I parse the syntax definition, right? So this is going to like consume all the tokens that are part of the syntax definition and give me the syntax definition itself. Like that. After that, this also is going to be just the first value, I guess. So one of the parts of the AST is also going to be the syntax definition with the syntax definition inside. I think something like that is what we need. The definition itself, and we will need data, which is the span information, or the syntax definition will also be necessary. Right, so we will also say that unassigned value is this. So I think what we need is we need to like get the unassigned value, you know. Let unassigned value to be equal to this. So in this case, it's going to be the AST syntax definition, where this is going to be a read syntax definition, right? And the data unassigned value. This actually is going to be option AST, I think. So it's going to be some syntax definition. Smashed type to do. In this case, it's going to be AST simple. Yep. Well, by the way, I already popped the thing. I feel like I need to pick here. feel like I need to pick here because this is the code that actually consumes the read syntax definition is going to consume the things actually, right? Let token is self tokens pop front in this case, and I will return the simple AST here. So this is what we start with. The first value that we see when we are parsing our tokens is either a syntax definition or a simple token if it's not a keyword. If it's a keyword though, now then what do we do? Also, I need to construct the span here. The span would be start and file name. So file name own start start is token span start. Look at this guy making progress. Mm -hmm. Mm -hmm. Definition. Let's just do definition and span to be that. Date in this case is going to be the span, and we'll make the this function return not only the syntax definition but also the span information for it, you know. Yeah, you know. So this is the syntax definition itself. The span is going to be file name, so file name clone, which means that I need the file name here, right? Pum, 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 pum. Yeah, I should have that. Start and end, you know. And is and unwrap something something over here. The end is none. Whenever I'm putting the token here, the span over here, I do the unwrap. I take the span, I take the end here. This is my end. You know, when I consume the token, the start is going to be the start of the syntax token itself, I guess. Mismatched types, expected position, found nothing. Because I need to return this. Okay, nice. Nice. Now what? So what actually happens? What actually happens if I see a keyword? What should happen? I think I should just say that the unassigned value is none in this case. So we start parsing with knowing that we either have a value or we don't have a value, and then after this value we have something, we have some more stuff, right? So we're going to potentially combine this value with something else. Depends on the keyword. I mean, yeah. So I'm going to match the front of the tokens again, right? If it's none, if we received if we are at the end of file, then in this case, I should say unassigned value unwrap. That's what I'm going to return here. Right? And if it is some token, then let's just remove the thing. Let unassigned value to be this. How about that? So yeah, we start with that, then we match once again self tokens front here. If it's none, then I just return unassigned value unwrap, because this is only happening if we actually have a value and then there's nothing after it, right? No method unwrap. I don't need a let here anymore. Unassigned value is this thing. This is optional. AST view. So if we have some token after a value, or we don't have a value, right? What we are going to try to do here is we're going to start parsing, right? And yeah, and we do the mutable here. I'm pretty sure, like that. I'm pretty sure. So like we have a no, hold on. No. If we have a token, so this token is something that I want to start building a complex node with, right? So I do something like syntax root node next. I mean, we just have the current node. This is the code that I was writing before. We just do syntax. We start with the syntax root node. Right? That's what we start with. We have a token. So we say current node. We take the next. We try to find the edge here, where edge is value before keyword is unassigned value is sum, and the keyword itself is token raw, right? Types. So we try to get the to go through the this edge, right? We try to go through this edge, and we can succeed at going through this edge. We can succeed, but we should continue. We should consider. So first of all, there's two options here. We either have the next node or we don't have the next node. And figure both of these things out. If I have the next node, then next node binding power. We need to compare that with our until binding power. You know, let's say it should. Let's say until dot should resume. I don't know, let's do something like this. implement binding power, should resume with another binding power. This should be a boolean. I mean, this is kind of an optional, I guess. I should only allow the binding power that is stronger than my current one. So match with, if it's none, I guess that I'm going to give you false. If it's some, it's not only for the root. Whatever. If it's some then I'm going to match self priority compared to the this priority. So if they are equal, then I would do something else. If my priority is less, so the other priority is this, then I should continue. Otherwise, I should not continue. If they are equal, then binding power. What a term! I did not come up with that term. I use the same term over here. Oh shit! I think I blinded myself. There you go. That's better. It's like the binding power is it's like similar to like the priority of the operators, but it's it might be different on the sides of the operators. Based like on the left side or on the right side, kind of thing. The so if it's equal, the priority, then I would then I would see if I so like I will only resume here if I'm going to match. I don't know. Let's take a look at what I was writing before. It's based on the associativities. What happens in the case of the same associativities? Should continue with. So first I'm comparing the priorities. Oh, there is a priority before and priority after also. Interesting. Same priority, different associativity. Oh, okay. So like it's supposed to always be the same associativity. If continuing and not parse state root, then true. Ah, shit. Why is this so complex? Hmm. Who made this language? This is OCaml. I don't know who made OCaml. Sorry, it was me, Raymarch. Hello, Raymarch. I'm having trouble writing code today. How are you doing? I literally made like almost zero progress in the 2.5 hours of this stream. Traveling right now. That's the second person who is traveling today. Are you also traveling for a job? Or some different reasons of traveling, like touching grass? Everybody's traveling nowadays. So yeah, first of all, so I'm going to like see if self associativity is not equal to this associativity, then I guess we will panic too. Panic, same priority, different associativity, because it's not supposed to happen otherwise, and then we will continue if the associativity is so if it's the last associativity, then I don't want to continue actually. But if it's the right wait, do I? Yeah, I don't think I think I don't. If I want to continue if it's right. I'm pretty sure. Let's check what I wrote before. Where was it? It's somewhere over here. Yeah, if it's the right associativity, then I can continue. Yeah. How long does it take for you to upload a YouTube after stream? I'm not doing it manually. I'm using the Twitch. So like if you go into your like streamer dashboard, there's the video editor there, right? Video producer. Over here, this is my current stream, right? I just click this button and say I guess I cannot export this one that is currently happening, but this one, there's an export button and it just exports this to the YouTube. You just need to connect the account. So I'm not doing it. I'm not recording to my PC. Do you wait some days before you publish? Yeah, because like I was not waiting before. I make them private right now, and then I publish them like the next day, so that when the video is there, it's already like available not in 360p, but in a good quality, right? I started doing that recently. All right, let's say that this is all I need here. Let's say that this is all I need. A good VOD needs to sit in the fridge for 2 days. Do you get views on them? Yeah. I do get the views on them. Especially on the Haskell one recently. So like Haskell was not completely useless language. Because writing Haskell without PhD is pretty high up there on the news, on the views, on the view count, you know? Yeah. I mean, the Factorio is higher up there. So is Zig plus Wasm plus WebGL, I guess. But it's still on the high numbers, I guess. Haskell mentioned. Haskell's only use is to get views. So is that's what I said about Zig, the language, when I was doing it on stream. We had a lot of people here. So yeah, if you want to become a popular streamer, I suggest you looking into those like hyped languages. Rust is no longer hyped. I'm surprised actually that Haskell did that good. Are there actually? Is it actually like a lot of people are interested in Haskell? I thought no one understands Haskell. Oh shit. I broke my Raspberry Pi, apparently. I don't know how I did this, but it's broken now. I mean, not the Raspberry Pi itself, but the case. I have a Raspberry Pi in a case, and it's broken now. Isn't Haskell old? Haskell. Haskell was first appeared 34 years ago in 1990. What about C++? Is it older than C++ or not? It's 5 years younger than C++, I guess. Feels weird being in the Rust 1 timeline. Yeah. I mean, before Haskell, there were other like. What about OCaml? Is OCaml older or this or like newer than? No, it is newer. 6 years after Haskell. Okay. It was like the general ML family though. That both the like the standard ML, I guess, right? Is both Haskell and OCaml are based off, and that's in 83, which is before C++. What about the C itself? The third letter of the alphabet. No, not that C. This one was in 52 years ago. Right. Miranda is older than Haskell. I have not even heard anything about Miranda. The Wikipedia knows nothing about the Miranda. Tin, tin, tin. What should I do here? What should I do here? So if I should resume, then I just say that current node is equal to the next node. And I also actually like consume the token. Something like that. What do I do after that? After that, I need to like continue. I also need to like move the value into the current list of values, right? Just like I was doing before. Common list is 40 years ago. Miranda programming language. Why could I not search for it on the wiki? Was I on a different wiki for some reason? What's it looking like? Do they have records in Miranda? Are they also as annoying as they are in Haskell? Look at this example. This is a little example code. Tree example. NNNNE. Oh, they're just constructing a tree here. All right. Sure. Sure, why not? It just like looks very funny here. After my OCaml Haskell experiment, at least now you know they're a soy dev who... I'm a soy dev who needs a good Lisp. But I am making a Lisp, right? It's just... I mean, I'm making a language that doesn't really look like a Lisp, but it's kind of a Lisp, you know? It's just a Lisp without the Lisp syntax, kind of, no? Like, this is why this syntax that I'm doing here is hard, because I'm trying to do, like... Because I'm not... because I don't want to have, like, just the lists, you know? I want to have the custom syntax, and then we're going to have these macros, just like in Lisp. Without the brackets. LSP, not Lisp? Oh, okay. Dyslexia strikes again. I think it's not because of the LSP. LSP is bad, but like I think the records were more of the reason I quitted Haskell. I think that was more of a reason. I was writing Rust before without the LSP. It was okay. I mean, yeah, maybe now. I mean, that was a long time ago, right? Like after that, I got used to having the LSP once it appeared in Rust. Current node is next node. Current, let's see, assigned values. We have the unassigned value, and we have unassigned value, and we have assigned values. So this is going to be an empty vec. I will need to assign values, extend with unassigned value that I'm going to take, so that I actually assign it here, right? This is the code that I was writing before that I deleted. Okay, let's see if I'm going to delete it again and start from scratch. I started using LSP a few months ago to think how much potential you had before you started depending on LSP, such a waste. I remember when I was doing like competitive programming, we were doing C++. We did not use the LSP there, and it was fine for some reason. I don't know. Those were completely different days, though. It was fun, though. We used to print the code on a paper, you know, and then read it, and then find the bugs this way. That was the way we were debugging. You often type out variable names because LSP is slower than you. um, Maybe you just need a better PC. Get a computer that isn't a potato. Okay, I'm assigning a value. I'm advancing the node. Then I can like read again over here, right? If I should not resume, then I should just stop. So I'm just going to do a break. We are right now inside a loop. Somehow inside a loop. Let's see. We are somehow inside a loop. I'm going to need to do something in the end. To the end, we'll need to like finish the current node, I think. Right? So let's see. Current node, finish, get for unassigned values is sum. So this is the actual thing, you know. I guess we so hold on. What? So remember the times where you wrote PHP in Sublime Text 1, 2 without an LSP? That was actually fun. You're just that fast at typing. LSP is not that slow. Well, I am definitely slow. At least today. So whenever I go through my decision tree, and in the end I have the final value which is unassigned, and I decided that I need to like finish now, right? I can finish using this value, or I can also, I think, sometimes finish without using this value. So I need to try and doing both for using an assigned value in an assigned value is some. So I will try to use it first if I can, and then if not, then I will do the false here. Right? I will try to do both of these things. Match get for the using an assigned value. Something something. The actual problem is that you have to type enough character that it autocompletes to the correct thing or cn multiple times, and then you might as well type it out. Yeah. True. In case none, I do nothing. Can I replace this with an if let? Yes, I can. So if let, and this is what? I'm getting the syntax definition. So if some definition is this, then I can finally return over here the AST complex, right? So the complex AST node needs to know the definition, which is an arc syntax definition, which I guess it means that this syntax definition should also be an arc so that I can clone it. Sure. Definition arc. Someone in Kubernetes chat said something about that really helped me. In order to get .20 and autocomplete, I had to at least type .20, but actually you can just type .2 and autocomplete will still guess because of the case. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not doing that myself personally, so you can skip some characters when doing the autocompletion. But then you are relying to autocompletion. If the autocompletion like still cannot help you much, then you need to like go back and start typing it as it actually is. I don't know. I feel like the speed of typing is not that important. Like as we can see over here, what's happening is I'm having a problem with the speed of with the speed of the thought process. It needs to be sped up somehow. It's not the typing that's being the problem here. You know. Do I need to like collect the values? And to collect the values, let's see. Let mod if using assigned value, then assigned values assigned values push unassigned value take unwrap. In this case, like it guaranteed to be there. Unwrap. I also always like misspell unwrap. Does that happen to you guys? I think unwrap is the word that I misspell pretty much every single time that I'm typing it. Values is assigned values. Expected tuple. Oh yeah, that's right. So now we have the values that we need to assign. We have them in the form of a list, and I need to like actually go through them and and assign. Let's see, definition dot assign values. Assign values. Let's do something like this. Instruction to variable. No, I want to generate the method. Definition. Let's see, I'm going to have implementation for syntax definition. I want to have a method which is going to be called assign values, which is the values, which is a list. Simple into iterator. Item is value, which is AST, right? This is going to give me a tuple like that. So we that note result tuple. So we have like unnamed and named fields. Like that, for value in values. And I want to zip those with self parts, right? I'm going to, so I have the value, and the value must, no, not really. Need to do mode values is values into iterator. Then we do for part and self parts. I'm going to match part. It's either a keyword. In this case, I just ignore it. If it's an unnamed binding, then I say unnamed result, unnamed push values next expect use. If it's named binding with a name, and result named insert for name to clone whatever is next expect not enough. Not names but named. Can you add an abbreviation for it? Help abbreviation. Just use sub 3 character variable names. Oof. What do you mean by add abbreviation for it? Oh, you want me to look at help abbreviation? Abbreviations are used in insert mode, replace mode, and command line mode. If you enter a word that is an abbreviation, it is replaced with the word it stands for. So like you can just have the so like it inserts it's like a snippet thing. HH space is expanded to hello space. I don't know. You're talking about you misspelling unwrap? Oh, so like it's automatically being fixed if I make every single misspelling as an abbreviation. Or you want me to like not type it out, but instead say like you, and then it's going to be expanded to unwrap automatically. I don't know. But does it would it, like the this only works for Vim, right? Which I'm using right now, but I'm not sure if I'm going to stay on Vim. We can go back to VS Code at some point. And then Helix also. We jump the editors all the time, right? Just live in Vim. The biggest issue with Vim is no multi-cursor. That's the biggest issue with Vim. Otherwise, it's okay. It's okay. You can redeem to switch editors. Install multi-cursor plugin easy. I have it installed. It sucks. It sucks. I mean, maybe there is a new one after the one that I tried. Maybe there is something else that doesn't suck, but the one that I tried, it sucks. Have you tried Helix? Have you tried the editors with actually native multi-cursor support? Can I literally have the same experience in Vim? I think that I can. There's a bunch of them. Is there any good ones though? Because the one that I tried was really bad. And then I say if values next is sum, and I'm going to like panic too many values. All right, so this is me assigning the values. All right. So this is me finishing. Okay, okay, okay. I can return if I cannot finish. If I cannot finish, then I probably panic, and then over here also is undone. What was happening over here? If I should resume, we do this and unassigned value unwrap. Oh, this is just me returning this thing, right? Current node assigned values something something. I feel like this should be something like while let some token is self tokens front. This is my loop actually here. And then inside I am, oh, I mean I'm not matching it, right? This is what we do inside. Live in Vim is a life goal. Infinite Coder has the redeem and he still gets more stuff done than Kuviman. Maybe Infinite Coder should write the cast for, like, is Infinite Coder working on his language or like he's doing the compiler or something. I'm not sure what language he was making, but he's faster than me. Should he just do cast instead of me? I'm fast, right? Just not always. Right now I'm not very fast. Sometimes I am, right? Does get interrupted by chat that much? He doesn't get interrupted by chat that much. Should you do cast instead of me? Maybe Nertzl should do. Is Nertzl fast? We already heard about Nertzl, how fast he is at typing characters, right? I was joking, he's not that fast and he gets interrupted by every single message. Well, at least I'm not getting interrupted by every single message, right? Only by 99% of them. It's because I'm failing at reading, right? That's why we have the read chat command. If I
Can you read chat, please?
if I'm not being distracted enough. Do you want to do cast instead of me though, Nerdsel? Do you actually want to do this? Now that we have like rewriting this in Rust. Like you understand what I'm trying to make, right? I can this thing that I'm having trouble with here is the most complex part, I think, in the entire implementation of what we had in OCaml at least. Is that Infinite Coder's voice? No, that's Davy's voice. Actually, kind of want to. I don't know. I feel like we just need to get over this parser. Like I said, this is the hardest part. After that, like the other parts are easier. I mean, maybe there will be a more difficult thing later because obviously I didn't have everything implemented in OCaml. But this was in the previous implementation the most complex part. Just open issues. You can do PRs. All right, we'll see. So unassigned value is something that's mutable. So if I should not resume that, I just break and then I finish. Um, Result is this. I feel like I'm forgetting the unassigned value in case I'm not using it. Result is none. You know, so over here I need to like result and unassigned values are the things that I need to check in the end here. I break here too. I'm just glad to be in kast contributors because I added code examples on the website. Yeah, you can work on the website. You can make the website nicer. Right? If you want to do something. Not that it's really needed right now, I think. So okay, what about this to do here? If current node next, if I cannot continue, so like I see a token and I cannot continue because this is not like a keyword or something. This may be a value or something else. In this case, I'm just going to also break. Think. Is there anything? Else. I'm not calling into myself recursively here. There is definitely something missing. Also, this is not true. I don't always want to break. Sometimes this thing that I see in front is another value that I should... I should just see another value here, right? I think this is where the recursion happens. I cannot continue parsing the current syntax definition, then like and this might result in a singular value or in nothing. But only if it's not a keyword, then we get a value, right? This is hard. Does anyone understand the algorithm? Was anyone following the me when I was doing it in OCaml? Here's the OCaml implementation. You wasn't? You had trouble reading OCaml? I mean, I have trouble reading this right now too. Hmm. Hmm. Like, I definitely have a token. This is I think I had something like this. Raw token and keywords. If it is a keyword, then I just finish. Otherwise, I do something. A string identifier and number is the only things. A punctuation in place of value. All right. It's a keyword. Yeah. Like I roughly remember what I was doing here. So if it's if I cannot continue this, then it's either a keyword or not. Similarly to how we already have it, like over here, an assigned value, which is why I think this is completely wrong here. This over here is completely wrong. And this code should actually go over here. Because this should be done in a loop, This oh, and then there's a syntax here too. Let's say unassigned value by default is none. We start at the root node. Assigned values is none. Then we go into a loop. If we can continue, then we continue. If we cannot continue, then we are going to see if this is a syntax. Then we have the syntax definition. If it is a keyword, then we're going to break. Break. Otherwise, we do a simple token. This all of this is going to be it's going to be parsed into a value. It's going to be parsed into a value. I'm going to say that an unassigned value is equal now to this value. Something like that. I think this is what we need. And then we go like in a loop. We continue parsing. If the value is already unassigned, so we do unassigned value. Let's match. So, like if the value, if we already have the unassigned value, then we're going to forget about it here, which we should not. We should not. Let's see this. If unassigned value is sum, then panic. Let me do a to do here. I'm not sure what I need to do here yet. like this is where I think we have two values next to each other, which is the syntax for like the calling. I had a special cased like thing for that. It's not part of the syntax decision tree. Because we don't have an edge, because every edge contains a keyword, and when just two values are next to each other, there is no keyword. It's a little bit special. Otherwise, we do this, and we have a result is sum. If result, let result be result expect failed to finish, and then I say something like, so I will return the result. But there's also the value that is left unassigned. I think. Which means that I will have so this thing should return not just a value, but optionally but like potentially it can return two values. So like a value plus another value that is like after it, I think. Something like that. So the result is the result together with the unassigned value. You know? Now that I'm reading this in Rust, do you not have trouble understanding what I'm writing? Though, does it actually help that I'm writing it in Rust, Nigel? I think just this code is just complex anyway. It's not really language dependent here. But maybe we can like rewrite it so that it's easier to understand. Somehow, like maybe we should like get it working and then rewrite it so it's easier to understand somehow. Result and assigned value. And also, wait, hold on. I still am not going into the recursiveness here. If it's none over here, like technically, can start a new thing. And like I was starting to do before, unassigned value option. This is like almost like an argument here. You're not paying much attention now, but you might read it after stream. I paid attention in streams. If it's going to be working, I'm going to forget that this code exists, and I'm going to like just use it unless we find some bugs in it. Just like, you know, camel, like I just wrote it once the parser once this parser was done, I was just working on the semantics of the language itself, you know. An assigned value. So into this function goes the value that we have unassigned, and then we like continue parsing our stream of tokens, and as a result we get a value, and potentially a value that remains unassigned in the end. Maybe. When do I call it recursively though? It's somewhere over here, I'm pretty sure, because like a single value in our current like syntax node can be like a recursive syntax definition, right? Right now I'm only constructing the simple ones. But we need to go in recursively here. We need to go in recursively here. So unassigned value, actually, there it is. There it is. This value is where I'm going to do it recursively. So we do self parse, self read until, syntax, unassigned value. So like the unassigned value that I'm going in with is I'm starting to parse with this simple value immediately, some value, you know? And then the until is going to be the same, I think. Like I feel like the until is the um it's more like the current node binding power. Isn't this optional? Maybe this, maybe not. Read until. This is going to give me the AST plus optional thing in the end. So this is not only value, but new unassigned value. You know? Wait, but if I have two values. Wait. Value and unassigned value. Value none. Power. If new unassigned value is some, then to do. I need to figure this out. And this is it to do. Oh. Also, so like the syntax in our language is not static. This is why we have a syntax definition. This is the only built-in syntax that we parse over here, right? So whenever I see a syntax definition after I have seen the syntax definition, the parsing is going to continue with with this syntax injected into our syntax, you know, so we're going to have that, yeah, which means that I need to be able to like I need to be able to clone this. Right, so when we have a syntax over here, In this case, like when I'm doing the parsing recursively, specifically, not even recursively, I think. I think it's not even about it being recursive, even if I like combine it with anything later. So the syntax itself is going to be mutable. Like that. And use the move the value syntax. And move out of syntax. We're going to do read until syntax, or in this case, I'm going to clone it. And if my value is the syntax, this is the definition, right? Then I'm going to say that syntax insert the definition, which also needs to be cloned in this case because I'm going to store it over there too. I feel like I need to construct the clone first, you know, so that the insert method should act on the arced syntax definitions already, you know, instead of constructing the arc here. Syntax insert, can I borrow syntax as immutable? Because it is also borrowed as immutable. Immutable borrow later used here. Oh, because current node is a reference into my current thing. Okay, I see. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I can make the nodes to be like also ref counted. Sure, let's make them ref counted. It's gonna be easier that way, maybe. No references. Just clone this stuff. So instead, oh, but I need to mutate them though, right? And to mutate them and hold the reference at the same time. Do I need to do that? So the reason is because over here I'm trying to modify the syntax. Okay, I guess technically there is um yeah, maybe this should not be arced. But it's going to be like two syntaxes. So like the original syntax is going to be just a reference here. You know, we are starting with original syntax root node because we're going to try and parse a single node here. You know, but I mean, wait, what do I? Why? Like over here, I'm inserting the syntax. Let's rename it back. Yeah, maybe only this one needs to be updated. Updated syntax. Let's do something like this. Let updated syntax is match value. If it's none, that is just like the original syntax. And if it is some, I mean, if it is some AST syntax definition with this definition, I want to match on the reference here, right? Then I'm going to clone the syntax and then insert the definition into it, right? But in this case, I'm having a not reference. In this case, I have a reference. I mean, I can clone this here too. Mismatch type expected. I mean, yeah, this is not even an option. Do that. Use let to ignore the returning value. What's my returning value? Oh, it's an error message. Yeah, we unwrap here. So that the inner syntax is going to be parsed with that. Something. I feel like I'm not very far away. Let's take a look at the API that we have. So we have the syntax, and we have the source file, but we yeah. Let's have a helper, something like read syntax. Read syntax, which is just it is going to be a source file, and we just like have all the syntax definitions declared in this source file, you know, and then it's giving me the syntax as a result. So I'm going to have a parser. Tokens is I'm going to lex the source into iterator collect wrap something something. Are collecting into a result, right? So I take this parser, file name is source file name, and then I take this parser and I read syntax definition a bunch of times, right? Say mut parser as this, and I say while let some token while the parser tokens front like is not empty. I say parser read syntax definition. Definition is this. That's good. Syntax is syntax empty. Oh, this is what I will return in the end. And I will say syntax insert into arced like that, right? So this is something that we are not going to use at some point. We're going to use it for now. Maybe I should have started with that so they can test something. Lex, yeah, I don't call the into iter on this. You are paying attention now. Okay, so we have this read syntax. This is a public function, which I'm going to call from my main, you know? Alright. We have standard syntax file, std syntax. This is the syntax, right? It contains a macro though, so I will need to comment it out for now, I guess, or something. Let's comment it out. Like that. Other than these couple macros, everything else is literally just the syntax definition, so this should be parsed correctly. I need to like go through the semicolons though, and the comments too. In the previous implementation, the comment was completely like deleted. We didn't even have it in our tokens list. Yeah, the code in the language is still here, right? So I don't need to do that from scratch. Of course. We still have all the tests and all the examples, so once we like once we have the things done, we know what to test already, right? Right. 1 second. The Swift bin package for version 6 has a rock solid 700 megabytes. What the hell are they putting in there? Did you try downloading Haskell platform? DZEP, hello there. There are other languages with which like require you downloading a bunch of stuff. How much stuff do you need to download if you do some C#? If you download .NET, for example, probably also not very small. Not in void repos at all. Is it in my repos? Let's see. Nix run, Nix packages, Swift. Is it there? 350 megabytes for me is what I need to download, and they download LLVM as a dependency, it seems. I mean, unpacked it's 2 gigabytes, so yeah. Or like, oh, what are these numbers? I think this is unpacked and this is like the bytes that I need to download actually. Swift 5.8. I don't have Swift 6 in Nix packages, huh? All right. When I say Nix run, does it use Nix packages that is like based on my system? Do I need to actually update the system to do this? I still don't know how this works. What is the version of the Nix packages that is being used here? Because I didn't update the system. When was the last time? Maybe like a couple of weeks ago. So let's just make sure that I have parsed that successfully, right? So I'm going to do something like ast read syntax from the source file where contents is std fs read to string the std syntax.ks unwrap characters select. Sure, let's just do that. File name std syntax ks. Let's try that. This is the syntax that I need to have, right? Can I debug it? Facing endpoint syntax like this. It does not implement the debug. Debug. Just run. Syntax priority must be a number. Priority must be a number because the token. So I have parsed successfully the associativity, but then the priority is not a number. Let's see. Do I have somewhere something that is not a number? Pretty sure that. Oh, over here. Look at this. -1. Oh, it's because -1. Yeah. Because I wanted to do like at some point I wanted to start having negative things, so we need to accept this to be a string now. Could we see why I like the test-driven development? Of course, I have the tests. I have the tests. I just did not build the thing enough to have the tests. I am doing test-driven development. My tests are still existing. I just need to implement enough of it so I can use them. You know? I did not delete my tests because they are written not in OCaml but in Nix. See? So that I can like switch languages and still test the things properly. Write more tests than source code. Well, I mean, if you don't use Rust, then you need to test more, I guess. Anyway, so when I parse syntax over here, this can be a string. If it's a string, then I'm going to parse the contents of the string over here. So actually, I guess I just do this, right? I just say that raw, and then contents in this, I treat these contents as the raw contents. Victor Augusto. I'm not sure if these commands are relevant. Yeah, what are the commands that you're looking for? Sure if everything is up to date there. Just run. Expected as syntax definition. Expected as syntax definition. Okay, so what I'm going to do is over here, I'm going to say like while parser tokens front map for false front token raw front raw is not syntax. So I'm just going to literally skip everything that's not a syntax. Should I actually? No, maybe I should do it better so that we like don't do it on accident. Like, you know, I should just skip the semicolons and the comments. Let's match front token. Identifiers, no punctuation, raw. If raw is a semicolon, that's what I'm going to skip. Strings, I'm not going to skip. Comments, I'm going to skip. So this is true. This is true. Everything else is false. Multiple values without keyword in between is not supported. All right. Second. Okay, yeah. So this error, multiple values without keyword in between, is not supported. It's because we have this syntax in std syntax, which is called call, right? This one. So we have function and arguments. This is the one that's not supported. This is the only like special cased one, and since I'm not handling it yet, let's do this. Let's instead, you know what? Let's instead have another syntax for calling. For built-in macro call. Something is going to be function, opening bracket, arguments, closing bracket. There you go. Because this is going to be the same thing. Now we'll say that they expected a syntax definition. Because I think it's because of the comments in the end now. So over here, like if I popped a single thing, then I guess I just do a loop here, and over here I say if not, if parser tokens is empty, then I break. Otherwise, I do this. Yeah. I think this is more like it. There you go. So I have successfully parsed the thing. Here's all of my... So this is our syntax decision tree. It's pretty big because we have a bunch of syntaxes in the language. Right? That's pretty big. So here's all the keywords that we have. It's not AST, it's the syntax decision tree. In just 2 streams? How far did you get in Haskell in 2 streams? Well, I was learning Haskell. It is not something that we should compare. What would be nice to compare is like how long did it take me to write the syntax parsing in OCaml? Because like I have like I remember it being faster than what I'm doing here, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Try TypeScript plus effect instead. No. No. Okay. Now that we have that, let's see this. We are going to parse into the AST, right? So over here, once again, we're going to do parser. Parser. We're going to do parser. File name is source file name. And then the tokens. And then I do parse. Then I do read until. Could we don't want to admit that TypeScript is the only superior language? Now it's Dev Ninja doesn't want to admit that Rust is the only superior language. Unassigned value none. Question is, what is the until here? Screw Rust. Skill issue. I think read until should, after all, return just an AST, not an optional AST. If an assigned value is some to do. Let's see, now in main, so over here, this is our rusty line, right? So I'm reading a line, I'm parsing them into like lex, but let's instead of doing this, do the, I don't, like, this is the source file that I need to construct, right? Source is that, right? And then I'm going to do ast parse. Using the syntax, this source is going to be parsed. I'm going to unwrap that, right? And ast is this. Let's do this ast here. ast does not implement the debug. Yes, of course. Drive debug. Read until, and this until must be an optional. Pretty sure. We don't have a new unassigned value anymore. That's one less to do. Assigned value is this. Wait, what? Oh yeah, it's that. Mm -hmm. Until consider using should resume. Until a map or room until should resume. All right, let's see. Let's see hello world. Failed to finish. Let's see hello. Failed to finish. Let's see an empty. Failed to finish. Because there is sometimes a root node. Let's mut is root is true because we started the root. You know, that's a little bit special because we can construct a value without like going through the thing. Kind of, right? Current node is this next node. In this case, I will say that is root is false, right? Okay. So then when I'm trying to finish, expect failed to finish. Well, I guess I say that is root, then an assigned value take. Unwrap. Expect. Let's try that. Hello. Okay, so if I do a hello, then we have a simple identifier token hello, which spans from line 1, column 1 to line 1, column 6 in stdin. Nice. If I say hello world, shit, it parsed. No way, this actually parsed. Let's do a little bit less debug information, because like so what happens here is we can so we have the yeah, so we have parsed this into the built-in macro tuple, right, where the a, which is the first element of the tuple, is a hello token, and the b is a world token, right? Let's do some better rendering of this. So the AST over here, let's do what? Derive display for it. I mean, implement display for it. Implement std fmt display for AST. Can you wait? Hold on. Can you in Rust? In the display, do the the hashtag so that it's not one line. You know? Can we? Can I do a println colon hashtag but without the question mark? 1, 2, 3. Can we do this? Oh, we can. So like it means that I can have this information from inside the display, right? Kind of. What? Yeah, like I'm wondering what it means though. What does it do? Well, I mean, you know what it does on the with the question mark where you do the debug implementation. Like hashtag means like pretty basically, right? So I think when we are implementing this trait here, we can make use of it. We can query the printer. I'm not sure how to query it though, but there is yeah, like width align, right? And like this hash means something. I don't remember, but we can do like f.db debug, right? Because like if I just use these debug helpers, even in the display, then like I still will be able to use that, I guess, right? So I'm going to match self here. If it is a simple token, then I will a simple token. Then I will write to the formatter the formatter. I think just the token, like this. In this case, I'm writing this with the debug. If it is a syntax definition, then write f syntax syntax definition name, maybe. I think that's good enough. Like I don't need to like know the details about that, I think. And if we have the complex definition with values, now this is where it's more interesting, right? So we'll have we will have debug struct with name being definition name, right? We'll do f finish in the end, right? And then I say that for value in values unnamed. We are going to do the field, but in this case it's without the name. Oh shit, like they only support the references to the string. I mean, it's probably I can do a format here. This helper does not allow me to have both unnamed and named fields though, so I will need to have the index here. Well, I need to have the index, so we need to do unnamed, iterate, enumerate here. So the name in this case is going to be indexed to a string, right? And the value, right? Yeah, and then we go for name value in values named. We do field name value. You know, does std formatter already have full serializer capabilities? They have these helpers for formatting. That's what they have. It's not full serializing capabilities, I guess, but it's kind of similar, right? Okay, let's try again. Hello world. Okay, now I need to use this instead of the debug. So I just remove this question mark. And hello world. So this is a built-in macro tuple where a is this. Okay, this is not very nice. Because over here this debugs the value, but I need to use the display here, like because this is the debug helper. They want me to use like the debug things here. You know what I mean? Can I go to the implementation here? Field width. Oh yeah, I guess this is what we want. We want to have the field width. Field width is just taking the way to format. Format once. Yeah. So we do F, do right. We just do value.fmtf, I guess. Use of unstable library feature. Shit. This is unstable. Okay. Can I do this without writing my own thing? Like, I cannot just copy paste this body here. Finish non-exhaustive. Finish is pretty. Yeah, it's just the alternate representation. So this is what a hashtag means. It's alternate. Okay, you know what? But how do they know about the what? They have the pad adapter. What is a pad adapter? Writer is pad adapter. Wrap self FMT slot state. Like, is this where they introduce the padding? STD FMT builder, pad adapter. This is like private stuff, probably. Right? Okay, well, I mean, let's just implement it manually, you know. So we just do self write to the formatter, you know. Like it's about like the indentation, right? So we need to have like this state, because the formatter itself does not do it, right? Debug struct new. Debug struct format result has field. I mean, they don't have it though here. Result is format right stir name. Yeah, they don't have like, so like, can I actually get the indentation in the formatter then? Formatter indent add. Padding after the end of something returns by formatter padding. Add a new field. So maybe we have like the f.pad, right? This function takes a string slice and emits it to the internal buffer after applying the relevant formatting flags specified. The flags recognized are width, fill, and precision. Formatter pad foo. I'm just interested how it's implemented in Rust. Anyone looked into this? How is the formatter, like how is this debug helper is done? I build a debug struct build new. If I do the field, then I do the field with. So we do result is result, and then if self is pretty, then if we have field, then we do this. So this means that I have not started doing the fields yet. Okay. Slot state. There's a pet adapter. Pet adapter. Pet adapter. When we write something into the pet adapter, then if we are on a new line, then it's writing this. Oh, okay. And then like the other things are also in the pet adapter. Kind of. I see. I understand. I understand. I think we need to like copy paste the pet adapter or something. It's immutable FMT write state pet adapter state. What about the slots though? State on new line. Annoying. It's private. Yeah, I know. I know. Field. Okay, you know what? The easy way of doing this, since this is nightly API, I can just do the field. But instead of doing the value here directly, I will say display display value. You know what I mean? Display value, because that's the easy way of doing this. So I'm going to have a struct display display t, where t is std fmt display, you know, with t inside, and I'm going to implement std fmt debug for display t, where t is std fmt display, and I'm just going to forward the debugging into the displaying, you know, self 0 fmt. Even although, so like, yeah, so we are going to use the debug implementation, but the debug implementation is going to be equal to the display implementation this way. I guess that's easier. Hello world. All right. So it's almost there, So we have the built-in macro tuple where A is this, B is that, and then the token is still a little bit wrong. I want to have the token token raw, I think, here. That's what I want. So if I say hello world, then we will be parsed into a built-in macro tuple where A is hello and B is world. So like in quotes, it's the things, you know, the raw identifiers basically here in this display implementation. So if I say A plus B plus C, this should also be parsed. So this is parsed into the binary operator plus, where the left-hand side is the binary operator plus, where left-hand side is A and right-hand side is B. And there you go. What's is raw? What do you mean is raw? Do I have is raw somewhere? No, I have dot raw. Dot raw is a field in and identifier. In and yeah, because like you have raw identifiers. You know how in Rust you can do identifiers like A, or you can do the raw identifier like R hashtag match. You know, so like because this is a keyword, but you want to use a keyword as an identifier, you need to do it as a raw. So I'm doing it though like in like not in like in Rust, but like in the Zig, because I think Zig did it better. You do at and then just do a string like this. This is the raw identifier in kast. Okay, so there you go. So we have successfully parsed the let's see, A plus B times C. This is going to be the binary operator plus, where the right hand side is a star. It actually works. It actually works. Does everything work though? I think not everything is going to work right now. Some things I expect not to work. But yeah, as you can see, like the priorities look correct to me, right? If I say A plus B times C times D, then this is completely wrong. All right. Check tests. I don't have tests for this specifically. Maybe we can write tests for this. I have the test for like the for the language, not for this part of the language. Which is just parsing. So maybe we should maybe we should like have so like if our binary. I mean, I already found a bug though. You can see this A plus B times C times D is supposed to be like the plus, where the left hand side is A and right hand side is this. So as you can see, it's treated as something like that for some reason, and this also doesn't parse. So we have bugs. Yeah. So let's fix the bugs. So they say that they stop it over here because the star is this. We need to do this in a loop. I know exactly what to do. We need to do it in a loop. I forgot about this. Like we already have a loop, but we need to do the loop inside a loop, you know? Because it's a pret parser. When we do I still have this thing open? I do have this thing open. So so we have the left hand side. So we start by doing this, and then inside the loop, we are parsing the expression, you know. So if I have the binary operator over here, the infix binding power, this is for binary operators, then I'm parsing the binary operator, replacing the result of that binary operator with my current left hand side, and try to like continue it again. But my loop is not this loop. My loop is for just parsing one operator. you know, because we support more than just infix prefix. We have like a bunch of stuff that is supported here. So we need an outer loop, you know, we need an outer loop. I need an outer loop. Which means that. How do I do this? I think I do a loop here. I think I literally just wrap all of this in a loop. This result that that I'm getting, this is me finishing one single like operator, a single syntax definition. After I have done this, I say that my unassigned value is equal to the result. You know? Is equal to some result. And then we continue in a loop. But over here, right, I say that this is none. So instead I say, instead of this, I'm going to say that if we are root, so if I could not do any progress on parsing a single like complex definition, it means that I'm still in the root. This means that I am still in the root of my syntax decision tree. In this case, I am going to return. So this is actually an infinite loop. The only way out of this loop is over here. If I am inside the root, then I'm going to return unassigned value, expect. I'm not sure what this error message should be here, but let's see. So a plus b times c times d. There you go. Now it has actually parsed correctly. All right, we have progress. We have progress. A plus b plus c. You know, a plus b times c. All of these work correctly. We can also do something like let x be a plus b, and this is going to be parsed into the let where pattern on the left hand side is x and the value is a plus b, right? We can say something like let like I don't know, some x is a plus b. We cannot do that. Okay, all right. We cannot do that. Hold on. Wait, why can I not do that? Because of some priorities, maybe. Could I do that before? I don't know. We can try something like let a and b to be equal to b and a. But maybe I think there is something wrong with my brackets. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Just jump from 24 to 34 viewers. Viewers come and go. It's okay. Sometimes I'm failing. Sometimes I'm succeeding at writing code. It's fine. It's fine. Like does anyone understand though like this code that I have written? I think no one. I think literally no one understands this. If I was trying to explain this code to anyone, I think I would not be able to. See you people, have fun. Moru Shana. All right. See you next time. Thank you for hanging out in the chat. Explain it to me right now like I'm 5. No one except God. So this is the hard part. We need to like I think like figuring this code out. Maybe like we need to add some comments here. Maybe we need to like document this module so that when we come back to this code, I will rewrite it one more time. The next time is going to be when I'm rewriting it in the language itself. I will like have less trouble understanding. I mean, it didn't take that long, right? That's 4.5 hours. We will like figure out some of the bugs here. I also don't have the function with arguments working. This does not yet implemented. Something is not yet implemented even. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not done yet, but all right. My hot take: in the year 2420, everyone will program in own language. Leaves. Maybe. Dear programmer, when I wrote this code, only God and I knew how it works. Now, only God knows it. Therefore, if you are trying to optimize this routine and it fails, most surely, please increase this counter as a warning for the next person. Well, so like, and also like, this is part of why we want to have like this, like why do you hate Rust, Dev Ninja? Why do you hate Rust? Because like every single tool that allows us to explain the code to the compiler is the same tool that allows us to understand the code later, you know? So like the borrow checker is there so that we know if something is supposed to be mutated, something is not supposed to be mutated, something is supposed to be shared and everything. You know? It helps us understand the things. And similarly to that, the context system that we have in a language is going to help us. But yeah, it's not helping with everything, of course. But like if we somehow can figure out how to make this code understandable without the need of comments, that would be even nicer. You know, that's what I mean. It's a trade-off. Is it a trade-off? Like you always like what are you like? You're trading off your current time versus your later time, you know, because you will come back and you will need to refactor your code and like explaining to the compiler why it works requires working within an underestimate of what works. The Rust compiler can reject some patterns that work. Yeah, I know. The Rust, the borrow checker can be improved. Yes, I agree. I have an idea. So like the borrow checker in kast is going to be there, but it's going to be different a little bit than the Rust's. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about this last time. The idea is based on the thing that is called a ghost cell. If you have seen this before, we are going to separate the permissions from the data, basically. So whenever you have a variable, you can have like the pointer to it basically shared freely. But the permissions are the things that are going to be borrow checked. And when I don't know, it's just going to allow you to have more things. So if you have not seen this, you can look at that. And then based on that, plus the context system, like the permission is like the zero-sized object that is going to be like passed around in the form of a context, basically. But even with like the borrow checker that we have in Rust that like is not perfect, right? It still, I think, helps more than it slows you. Like, I mean, maybe it does slow you down sometimes, but I think it still is more help than like it's making you faster in the long run anyway. Like if you want to support your code, it's helping. And there are ways to like go around the borrow checker. You like sometimes you like that's a skill issue that you can learn how to overcome. Go around trade-offs, preferences. Well, I mean, the preference of like, I don't know. I think eventually, people like, you know, the Python people have understood the importance of typing. The Python language has the ability to have type ascriptions now, right? I feel like it's the same trade-off. Like, it will take time for people to like the Rust borrow checker, or like whatever other language with a borrow checker will be improved, and people will come to it, just like Python came to like having the type system eventually. People understand that type system is better than no type system, right? Right? Is there any person who thinks that like working in a dynamically typed language is better than working in statically typed? Is this a trade-off, really? I think you are on. It's not a trade-off. It's literally like losing things, in my opinion. If you don't have a type system. It was a genuine conversation sometime. Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, over time, I think people have understood that it's important. You wouldn't have liked working with the NeoVim plugins if they were written in a typed language. Spelling out every single type and being completely dynamically typed is different, I think. That's why people that's like languages like Gleam, I guess, right? Make it the same. You know, you don't really you don't really write the types here, as I understand, right? But the types are still there. Like, if you don't write the type, it doesn't mean that it's not a typed language. Teal language. Yeah, there's Teal. Dynamic types are awesome when your whole program fits in one screen. Maybe. But even then, like, even if your whole program fits in one screen, the types, you still want the types to be there. You know? Like, I don't know. Maybe the type is not written down, like I said. Maybe it's inferred, but it's still there. And by the way, the Teal language, Dev Ninja, that you have linked, I have tried that. It's pretty bad, I think. I tried it. Maybe I tried it wrong. I don't know. I don't remember what was wrong with it. But, I mean, maybe it was the language server. The language server is bad there. Maybe that's what I didn't like. I don't remember. Anyway, let's see what's wrong with this syntax. So if I have the brackets, I mean, this is a special syntax for me. Avoid, yes. But if I have brackets with x inside, no, this is a scope with x inside, all right? If I say bracket a plus b, now this is saying that I have failed to finish. Okay, so I remember now. I remember. You finished documenting your library? Nice. Time to give it a name and publish. Do you need help for coming up with a name of your library? Nartzl is making a static ECS, a compile time ECS, where you have a structive array, but without the array part. Instead of array, it's like whatever. Good ones like sex and socks are already taken. What's the sex library? Sex is a proof of concept for statically typed ECS. All right, but this is a placeholder. This is a placeholder for a long time though, right? My biggest gripe with C++ is the way classes and headers interact. It's a subtle organizational problem, which Rust does fix most of. It creates another problem with the strict orphan rules. Yeah, orphan rules can be annoying. I agree, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like having orphan rule, I think is still pretty good. There should be a way around it, though. I think the way around it would be if you have tried the OCaml. In OCaml, they don't have the traits, the type classes, but they have the modules, and like you can pass it explicitly. I think also. Hold on. So Scala contextual abstractions actually. I think they said something like that they implement type classes using the contextual abstraction. So like the context system that I have in kast can be used to implement type classes. I'm wondering how they do this here. So type class is not a built-in feature in Scala apparently, right? They use it with the context system. And this means that you would be able to like override the type class something temporarily, maybe, which would be like a way around the orphan rules, I think. Doesn't OCaml have module type parameters? You really want that? Yeah. So basically, like treating the implementation of a trait as a value, kind of, or like at least like as a generic parameter. If like in Rust, I guess would be something similar to the module system. So like type classes or traits is like kind of creating the association between a certain type and a certain implementation, you know? So in OCaml, they have this certain implementation. So they have the impl block as a value, like at compile time, but they don't have this association. In Rust, we can have the association, but we cannot treat the impl block as its own thing. You know? Like one thing you do miss a bit from C++ is when you have nested classes, you can share the outer type parameters through many internal classes like template, class node, class edge, class graph, class node holder, class. Nested classes, you can share an outer type parameter through many internal classes. Yeah. Yeah. You will be able to do that in kast, in the language that I am making, because it will be like I call it my stuff templates too. Maybe I should call the like the where clauses similar to the C++ concepts. Do you like those things? C++ concept? Do you use this? Or I guess you don't use the C++ anymore. C++ constraint and concepts. So yeah, we have constraints. I guess we just call them constraints, but concept is a thing. No, concept is more like duck typing at compile time, right? It's similar to Go thing. Yeah, I don't want that. I guess maybe we'll see. Never really saw C++ concepts in action. In Rust, you'd have to redeclare for each related type. I don't have this often needed in like nested classes, like you said, but like nested functions and like inside a generic function, if you want to have a function inside a function, right? Because you cannot use a lambda, you cannot use a closure easily, then you would need to like repeat all the generic arguments. Yeah, that is indeed annoying. I agree. Most of your C++ code is C++ 11. Some of it is C++ 14. You're using 17 features and never 20. There is a C++ 23 coming soon, no? Isn't this, or is it already here? C++ 23 or not? The last C++ he was writing, he was using, that's the closure syntax, the lambda syntax for C++. Yeah, I think this is C++ 17. Anyway, we have a bug. What was my bug? So here's the bug, right? So if I'm trying to parse inside brackets a plus b, then it says cannot finish. The reason is because when I'm starting to parse the opening bracket, if we take a look at the standard syntax over here, the opening bracket is the thing with the biggest priority, right? Because the bracketed expression is an expression with the highest priority, and when I'm parsing this inner expression, the e inside the scope of the brackets, right? I need to reset my priority, right? So sometimes we want to reset the priority that we're parsing, and the way it was working in the OCaml implementation, I think I literally hard-coded the brackets. That's literally what I think it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was it. Yeah, but like according to this, for example, if you take a look at this person who did the Pret parser, right? This is by Metclad. So what they did is, do they talk about the ternary operator here? I think they do, right? So so the way they do the ternary operator is they treat the question mark and a colon similarly to the bracket, so they reset the priority after the this thing too, you know. So they treat it similarly to this to this stuff. But I don't always want to do that, especially because we have sometimes this question mark can be not followed by a colon. Like we have the if then else, which is similar to this ternary operator, right? And we have the if then without the else, right? So sometimes this is going to be followed by a colon and sometimes it's not. But maybe we should like treat something as like a bracket, so we should reset the thing if the only way to continue is through another keyword, right? Like, you know, if I cannot finish the current expression without some other keyword, then it must be a reset of the priority. I think this might be a good condition, I think, to detect this stuff. AST, let's see, current node binding power. So like I'm using the binding power so that I am parsing until this thing. Could you need to stop getting cooler? You're getting the rest of us look bad. What do you mean? What do you mean? What am I doing to become cooler? I didn't do my push-ups in like a couple months. You know what I should do? I should do the opposite. I should start doing the push-ups again, so that I can actually start looking cool again. My you know, like my back started to hurt recently, and my my neck too, because I haven't been doing anything. Simply, I still haven't released a Steam game. Yeah, indeed. And Pomo did release a Steam game, so Pomo is also cool. Pomo is cooler than me in that sense. I wish I made a game on, and yeah. Did you like did you make like $1 billion with your game yet? Is it successful? What was your game anyway? I don't remember. It was something. You have not released a Steam game? Wait, what? I mean, I guess not your personal, your work game. I mean, did you not release? I mean, you did it as part of a job, but it still is a game, right? You don't treat it as your own game. How big is your team? The Legend of Pomodoro. Little Sim. You don't think you can talk much about release date? Oh, I thought because you were doing a stream on Steam, it meant that you were releasing it. I didn't look close enough, I guess. That was next fest. Oh, okay. I need to continue working on Linksider and make this on the next fest, and show the Linksider on one of the next fests, right? Release date in 2024. Does it have multiplayer? Single player. Okay. I don't know. My wife might like this game and play it. It has multiplayer. It doesn't say so on the Steam page. Maybe you need to update the Steam page there. It's on one of the trailers, right? All right. Good luck with that. Are you not going to work on any of your personal projects anymore? The oh shit, I forgot. I even forgot the name of your little robot that's flying around. Hoverpunk. What language engine is that game built with? This? I would guess that Pomo is working with Unity, right? That's what Pomo uses on the game jams. Customize endlessly. Nice. C#. Unity what face? I mean, this game is written in Rust. You guys should wishlist it. It's made by Kuviman. Anyway, let's go back. I think over here, like I said, if I can, from a current node, the only way to continue parsing the current node is through a different keyword that I should never be able to finish. So like, basically like if current node, you see this? I think this is the reason I quit Vim. You see, I have this current node in front of my carrot, right? In front of my cursor, and then I do this, and I press Control N to do the auto completion. It deletes. Then I press Enter, and it's very weird, huh? If current node, it is very weird. If current node finish is empty, basically this is what I want. If there is no way for me to finish, not current node, the wait, current node? Yeah, current node. Finish is empty. then none. Otherwise this. I think that's what I want. Vim is too bare bones for that to be built in. Some plugin is making the decision to be smart to do that. Activate Linux? Question mark? No? Exclamation mark? Hello there. Just run. So now if I do a plus b, this is going to actually be parsed. Nice. That was an easy fix. So this is the expression a plus b inside brackets. So we have the brackets are parsed into the built-in macro scope, and inside the scope we have the expression e with the operator binary plus. Left hand side is a, right hand side is b. That's easy. All right. Let hello equal world. This is not parsed. All right. Why is let hello world is not parsed? Do I have it? Wait, hold on. Standard syntax. Let pattern is value. Yes, this should work. Why does it not work? So this is where I should like think about making better error messages again, right? Let's try the unary operator, negative x. Negative x works. Okay, nice. I was like, what is the difference here between the let else and this stuff? Anything else? What about this? Hello? This is a quote, all right. Sure. Calling a function will not work. Or did I make a new syntax? Call. I did make this new syntax. All right, nice. Okay, so if I have function arguments, this is calling the function f with arguments x. Okay, this also works. Nice. Who is for it needs money. Indeed. Indeed. How am I supposed to make money if I'm streaming all day? Olivia, hello, how are you doing? How do content creator get money while streaming full day? I think most content creators don't make money though. Do I make money with streaming? I mean, depends on what you call money. I mean, there is a little bit of money that I made with streaming, yes. But I don't know if that can be even considered money. In order to start making money while streaming, you need to grow much bigger than what I am right now, I think. Money is money. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Let's see here. So in the last 30 days, I have streamed 46 hours, and I have earned $20. All right. Yeah. So I mean, money is money. Yeah, I am making money. Sponsorships gives you money, not just being a streamer. I mean, I guess, but like, don't you need to be a much bigger streamer to get sponsored? Not really. Did you get sponsored, Dev Ninja? Anyway, I'm not really thinking about money. Like making money with streams would be nice if I just work on what I'm working on here, on my games and on my programming language. Get money for that. That would be nice. But once I actually need money, making money is not that hard. Do I work anywhere? I work as a contractor. I just don't do a lot of work. I just get enough so that I have enough money, you know? Because I don't spend much, so I don't need much. Just need to start streaming myself in a bathtub. I mean, it depends on the kind of audience you want to have. Coding in a bathtub, though, that's a niche that is untaken, right? Is there a single streamer that is streaming programming from a hot tub? I don't think I've seen that. I haven't really looked. Maybe there probably is, right? Probably is. What is contractor? It's like I do one-time job instead of like freelance kind of. You know. Patreon also works. I don't know. Does it? Did it work for you? I think it's not worth in setting these things up. I mean, technically, I do have the donate button. Has been never clicked before. But yeah, I also am Russian, so that might also stop some people, as far as I understand. Yeah. You're not doing OnlyFans Patreon. Like, if you do Patreon, you need to do like other things that are Patreon specific, as far as I understand, right? It's like you buy a subscription there, and then I need to do like content for Patreon in addition to making content for Twitch. And yeah, you can put on programming socks instant per last 1,000 viewers. Code commode commander. I shit in toilet. Have clean codes. Let's focus on the language here that I'm working on. What was the problem? The let syntax was not parsed correctly. Let A B B, right? We failed to finish. So let's at least tell where did I fail to finish, right? So AST over here somewhere. Do I convert this into the so I've used the panics. Let's do the let's try catching the panics. Why not? Why not? STD panic, catch and wind. This gives us a result. Map error D. What is the error in this case? The box didn't any. Amazing. Wait, why is it a box didn't any? Can I like have the message here? So I need to like downcast it then, right? Downcast. It's going to be downcasted into. If let okay as is a downcast into a string, I think we need to like try downcasting this in two things, into the string slice and into a string, right? As far as I understand. In this case, we return, what is the error? Is error message. Error message s to owned, right? And in this case, we return error message s. And in this case, I do error message unknown. Unknown. Consider oh, this is inside a box. String. Sure. Use of moved value, downcast, ref. Mismatch types. Yeah. Downcast ref is an option instead of an OK. Some. Let A be. All right, failed to finish. So this is kind of the same thing. Now I can inject the message again, map error message. How did I learn the motions so smooth? I guess not learn, but the smooth animations and stuff is because of the front end for NeoVim, which is called NeoVide. It's because I'm not in a terminal. Air file name, source file name, clone, and what else? Message. I say error message. He also said start using Arch. I was using Arch before, but I have moved on to NixOS because NixOS is better than Arch. I use NixOS, by the way. Arch is the old way of things. Nix is the way these days. Position. Cannot find value position. Hold on. This is going to be parser. Let's move parser. This position is parser. Can't really like have the I guess kind of parser position. Let's do this. Average Linux user, my current distro is the best. I use Arch, by the way. Nice. Linux Mint booting you with a nice graphical login manager. so that you use i3 instead of cinnamon smh. All right, I need to end soon. Let me just try to get this position figured out. Position, index 0, column 1. And his tokens. Start. This tokens back. This is the tokens. Back. Into this. Parser needs to have the position and end. Smash types, special result, found result. Yeah, so like this error, result AST error. Right? Error is ambiguous because of multiple globes. Because I want to have the error. Wait, but what do I have the error in syntax? Oh, I do have the error in syntax. Do I use this? I don't think I use it though. Right. Remove the arguments. So position is going to be parser tokens. Wait, I don't need the position then, right? Tokens front map or parser and front span part. Maybe something like this. Replace it with message. We'll replace it with message. Required, but it's used within disclosure. Type cannot be safely transferred across the unwind boundary. Unwind and safe is not implemented for parser. Well, hmm. Rabbit in assert, unwind safe. It says like I don't think I've ever seen this message. I know that there is unwind safety thing in Rust, but I guess it's because I never used catch and wind actually, because I literally never used this. I should refactor my code into using the results like I was starting originally, but then I decided to go for panics instead. Yeah. I will redo this anyway. Assert, unwind, save. Okay, sure. Let's do this. Std, panic, assert, unwind, save, like this. Use a moved value source. I just have the file name here. Wait, what? Yeah. Source file name. moved borrow, yeah, and this over here, that's why reason. Read syntax position text 0 line 1 1 and doesn't matter. I will not use this anymore. I just write a comment to do here in case I will want to do that actually. So if I say let A is B, then I will say that failed to finish. Yeah, and I did the unwrap here. So the line 1 column 11 is what they said. All right, column 11 is like the very end. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. So in the very end I failed to finish. Why would I fail to finish? Ding, 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 ding. Why did I fail to finish? Like, I need to know where. You know what? We are going to introduce the logs here. We're going to introduce the logs here to figure out what's happening. So whenever I go through the edge in my decision tree, next node over here, right? And let's see, I'm going to do tracing. Tracing info. Continued with edge, I guess. All right. Over here, let's do tracing info start. Then whenever I finish over here, this is where we fail, right? Tracing info. Can't do nothing. Shoot maybe. Something like that. And over here, tracing for finishing with unassigned value is some. Yes, that's what I care about. Let's see. Let A is B. Okay, so we continue with the let. Before the let, we don't have a keyword. Then we go with an equal. Before the equal, we do have a value. So we have successfully parted the let A equal, right? Then I start at the B. We cannot do anything at root. So I think this means that I have parsed the B successfully. And then I start again. Now this is weird. I think it's because of the. Is it because of like the loop maybe? Alacrity does not have animated cursor. Yeah, we are using the neovide. Sometimes it breaks my terminal though. Right now, today it has not been broken. No, I don't know. Maybe it's not the neovide issue. I have no idea. But sometimes like my lazy git or like something else is like telling that my terminal is not fully functional for some reason. Didn't have a problem with it today. So finishing with true, which means that I had a value in the end. So I have finished the let. You know what? I should probably know what exactly did I finish. You know, since I have finished the result over here, I should do tracing info. Something like parsed parsed something like result. I guess we just parse the result. You know? I think that's what we do. Lazy git. Let A is B. So we parsed the assign B to the pattern A. So this has been parsed. So the let A is B has been parsed successfully. Then I started again to see if I can like continue parsing it into anything else. This says that there's nothing else to do, which is correct. Let's see. We have a bunch of starts. Oh, wait, it's because of the equal sign? Wait, no. Why do I start twice here? You see this? Start and start? This is not supposed to happen. Because, like, what does this even mean? So I continued with the let. So I'm in the middle of parsing the let expression. And then I start this. This should be finishing with telling me that A has been parsed successfully. Because like, what is this continuing about then? Because the only way for me to continue this, maybe I print the remaining tokens. I mean, there is no remaining tokens. I know that over here, this is my error, right? I failed to finish in the stdin position line 1 column 10, which is the end. And I have successfully parsed, like this is my parsed expression, assigning value B to pattern A. So that has been parsed successfully. Maybe I'm logging incorrectly. No, I mean, what? Start means start is always when I'm starting from the root. Do I return anything in any other cases? No, I don't. Current node. Break, let me see, return is only here. Like it's like I'm missing a log. If I have continued with the let keyword, right, which happens over here, I have continued. After that, we go down here, and one of these should. Well, I mean, no, no. We continue the while loop here, right? We see the next. We see the next token. The next token after the let, it is A, right? Which I cannot go through, so I go over here. It's not the syntax, it's not a keyword. So it's a simple token. Let's do this. Racing law info. Simple yeah, simple token raw, maybe. Another rewriting stream. How many times have I done it? Hello? Hi. This project has been written in OCaml originally, then not for a very long time. I tried rewriting it in Haskell, and now we're doing it in Rust. That's how many times. We have the simple A, and then we have another start. We have another start because over here we do the read until. But it should end like immediately, right? What makes Rust different from C? The younger, the better. Will everything written in C be rewritten? If there is a problem and if something needs to be refactored, sometimes it's easier to rewrite it from scratch. I mean, it depends. Depends on who is working on the thing too. They'll just hate Rust, and they would not. They would keep it in C instead. Ah. How to debug the code? Anyone knows how to debug the code? In Vim, maybe I can. I don't know. Maybe let's try if it's easier to debug actually, or not. I very rarely do use the actual debugger, but let's see. If I go to the AST, most things won't be rewritten. It's too expensive to rewrite things all the time. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the issue. Like maintaining a thing for a long time in an old language also can be very expensive. It depends, I guess. You use NeoVim, but you use VS Code's debugger, so same as I just did here. What are you working on, Coding Sauce? I think I saw your name. You're a streamer, are you not? I think I saw you before. No, you're not. Right. It was Gex. Yeah, I remember Gex. What was Gex about? Generated entity component system. Yeah, this is similar to what you're doing, right? Let's try debugging here. Read until. Oop. Please download and install JDK to compile your project. What do you mean? An error occurred starting the language server OCaml LSP. Can we do this? As there are the is this launched not in the terminal? Where's the output? Oh, there we go. It is in the terminal. Okay, so we do let A is B, right? There we go. We start. We start. F10. F10. Why did I need to say F10 like 10 times? Okay, I mean, it works though, right? So I see that I can go through the next node because my current edge is the let keyword. So I'm trying to go through the let keyword right now. I am continuing with the let keyword. I'm consuming the thing. Right, assign values. We assign the value, sure. Something. Then we see the next token. The next token is the A. So like right after the let, we have the A, right? We cannot find a keyword like that, so we cannot continue parsing the current thing. We see that it's not a syntax, it's not a keyword. We just say that it's a simple A, right? After we know that it's a simple A, we don't need to update the syntax. We go and we try over here. So this is the inner start, but like, why is there no finish after it? Is the question. I guess the trade. So when I'm debugging over a macro, it's doing the stepping over every single like line in the macro expansion. This is why I need to press F10 like 10 times here. All right. Okay, sure. So I understand it. Now we have the token, which is the equal sign. Equal sign. So the current node is the root. I'm pretty sure, yeah, because the next is size 70. That can only happen in the root because we have all this the comp time keyword and everything. So oh wait, there is a next node, but it should not be continued, right? Wait, it is continued. Wait, but I'm in the root. Current node. Edge. So because we have like the let A is B syntax, and we have also just A is B syntax. So it's trying to do A equals B, I guess. I mean, yeah, okay, hold on. It was actually obvious already. That's okay. I understand exactly what's happening. It's just like I have been reading my stuff incorrectly. Right? I think if I say let A equal B, it says that it has finished macro assign pattern A value B. Pattern assign is when I just do assigning A equals B. You know, this is the thing that has been finished. The let is a different name of a different syntax. So is it the priority issue? What is my syntax anyway? So we have the let. The let has priority 4, and then the assign has also the priority 4, and this is left associative. So then this means that when I'm inside over here, I'm trying to parse the pattern, right? So what happened is it thought that the pattern is the assignment, but it should stop because we have this until like argument specifically for it, you know? Let's see, until is until. Let's try that. Let A is B. Until is none, until is none. So yeah, over here, this is wrong because I'm starting the until with none. Logs are so beautiful. Remember, camel? Well, camel because I was not using any logging library. It's not a camel issue. I think I could have used some of the libraries there. And then I would need to like figure out how to derive things too, right? I never figured that out in camel. But yeah, it's not really a camel issues because I didn't look into things. I know that there's derives in camel too, and login libraries. So the problem is that over here I'm going in, right? I say current node finish is empty, none. So this is why, because the let cannot be finished. Okay. All right, so this was not the correct fix then. Remember when I said that like we need to reset the binding power in case we are in something that is treated like the parentheses, In this case, so this is not correct because the let keyword must be continued with something. So because it must be continued with something, I am resetting so that like I parse like there is nothing before. You know what I mean? So that's not correct. That's not correct. I guess what actually needs to happen here is that if so when should I keep the power? When should I keep the power? Maybe if it's not empty, or If it's empty, then so like I can continue my current keyword with a bunch of other keywords, right? But if those other keywords can also be used as a start of the root node, I think in this case, I think that's what we need, you know. Or I can use like the same hack as I used in my OCaml version, where I only reset it when it's an opening bracket, which kind of is okay, I guess. It worked for the OCaml version, but we could let's see, or let's see, current node, next keys, any edge can be an edge of the start, right? So the syntax root node next contains key edge. This might be the thing. Let's see, let a equal b. It has been parsed. There you go. There you go. So we have parsed this into the macro let, built-in macro let. This is just the name of the syntax, basically, where pattern is a, value is b. All right, let's see then also a plus b plus c times d times e, right? It did not work. Continued with edge, value before keyword this plus, finishing with false. So it's because of this. All right. So it looks like, yeah, right now I'm only starting to parse recursively. In case I start with a value, I guess, but I should also sometimes start recursive parsing. In the case of this, I needed to stop the stream though a while ago, so we are onto something here. There's a couple. I think there's still a to do even, right? That I need to figure out. So yeah, but progress has been made. This bug, this thing should like I know where to look. Everything starts to make sense. I still think I cannot explain this code to anyone, even to myself. But yeah, if anyone wants to look at this and then organize it and somehow write something that explains what this code actually does, that would be great. Some AST parsing works. Not all. If you cannot explain it screams for a refactor. Yeah, but like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we need to refactor it, but like, how? This is the second time I'm writing this code. The first time I couldn't explain it. The second time I'm writing it, I also cannot explain it. You know? I mean, I kind of can explain it, but not really. I mean, it's a pret parser on a dynamically constructed syntax decision tree. You know? Like that's the short version. Break into smaller functions. I mean, it's just two nested loops. I don't know, maybe some of it can be extracted into a function. We'll see. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to be done for today. Let's go somewhere else. Let's close all the tabs. Why do I have so many tabs open? Why do I have a C++ monk mascot on my screen? No idea.
You're supposed to be anonymous. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is his social security number.
That's in my pocket now.
You can be him now. I will give you my social after.
Red Devils live? What do they do? Remember, did I read them before? 3D horror game, good know. Okay, I mean, sure. If you want to go here, I'll send you here. Unless we can find anyone who's working on a programming language. I mean, there's Eduardo, but we raided him yesterday. Pigorli is already there. Raid Kuviman. Wait, what? I once said raid Kuviman in this chat. Are they ending the stream? One question, have I tried JSDB? What is JSDB? JavaScript for databases? No, I did not try it. I don't work with databases, mostly. I almost don't work that. Oh, I see Practical NPC in chat too. And Pigorli, Android Partisan, and Tumor Bar. Alright, this person is working on a game, right? For the horror game, making for a game jam. I like game jams. We're going to participate in the Loot on Dare game jam, which is happening in 2 weeks, 13 days. So yeah, we're going to do that in Rust, like always. Unless this programming language is going to be done, but probably not. See you guys next time. Bye.
If you use the one from the phone.